adjust the agenda a little bit to have the report by the governance committee come up. Julie, if you'll recall, last year, council talked about, at our retreat, we talked about mobility and we talked about governance. And I committed that we would have two committees, and many of you have seen Ty Woes or had the opportunity to see the work of Charlotte Moves. The governance committee was also appointed, and Julie took the lead with it, but I also wanted to mention to you, we had a Democrat and a Republican chair. Amy Peacock is the Republican co-chair of that. Cindy Patterson's husband, who passed away, I think about a week ago, was at the same time the co-chair representing the Democrats. So she said that I can't handle this caring for my family and this. So now we have Amy, and Julie has taken more of an active role in working with the committee on governance. So she's going to do the governance report, and I turn it over to Julie.
Thank you, Mary Lowes. Sorry, I'm eating. Let me get
I'm
reorganized.
sorry, I thought you were not eating.
No, I'm looking. I was trying to send this email over to my iPad, but I think it was blocking it for a little bit. So I will give you all a review of what the committee has done, and this was prepared by Amy Peacock. I jumped on some of the calls, tried to stay quiet, but I was asked to be on it pretty much just to be able to answer questions that came up, that the committee was unsure of why it was a question, what was behind it, that sort of thing, to give people perspective. I know Mr. Driggs listened into a few calls, so I'm just going to read to you what Amy has sent to me. So the committee, the Citizens Advisory Committee on Governance was charged by Mayor Lyles to do the following: to have a look at the City Council terms of office, including the length of terms, and if there's any length of terms, if they'd want to go to longer terms, and if so, should they be staggered, that sort of thing. Look at whether or not, or just to sort of understand the full-time versus part-time nature of our positions and compensation, and to update policy guidelines and principles for City Council redistricting after the census data comes out. So they're not making recommendations on how to draw lines. It's just they got a huge amount of data on the different districts. They all agreed that Ms. Watlington's has got a really small district. There's no problem there. No, but they sent some data on the growth in the city, where the growth has been. Districts, Ms. Watlington's district and Mr. Eggleston's district has had the most growth and probably will continue to. So they're sort of deliberating in their last meeting on October 15th on whether or not there should be more council districts. They began that conversation in last week's meeting, whether or not there should be more districts and how you would accomplish those seats. So by state law, the City Council could have 12 seats plus the governor. So by law, we could add one more seat. Sorry, the mayor.
I'm sure Roy Cooper would love to come down here.
We have had pop-in meetings from the governor, though, but so by law, we could add one more district seat. We shed a little bit of light on how that works in practice by having an even number of seats. And so in the last meeting, they talked about that and the upsides or downsides of then saying, well, then the mayor should vote regularly to break ties and that kind of thing. So they're still kind of digesting a lot of that information. And then the other part of that conversation was whether or not you would say, let's take away an at-large seat in order to get another district seat, that kind of thing. So there's still some options as they look at certainly the need for some tweaks to our districts and the number of people that district representatives have in their district. Anecdotally, not anecdotally, but the data that they were given, which was interesting, is that our City Council district representatives represent more people, more individuals per capita than almost any other of our peer cities. And that has something to do with, for instance, Nashville. I think their number is something like each district representative only has 16,000 people, and that's because they have 42 council members. So they're, pardon? Hard pass, exactly. So they have a lot of information to kind of digest, but I'll tell you what they have taken straw votes on so far. They, in their meetings, they took a straw vote to, with regards to terms of office, including lengths of terms as well as method of implementation. And they took a straw vote which passed 8-3 to move to 4-year terms. Two term limits contingent upon 4-year terms, which they do understand would have to have General Assembly approval. That passed 10-1. A referendum, they would like to see a referendum on 4-year terms, and that was 7-4. A move to a nonpartisan election method was passed 6-5. And a move to staggered terms contingent upon 4-year terms passing was 10-1. With regards to pay and full-term or part-time positions, they had the conversation that the council is doing the work of a full-time job for the most part. A lot of council members are, but they do understand that moving to a full-time job is a whole different ball of wax. That's not something that they are considering of making a recommendation to move to a full-time mayor structure, which would be a strong mayor form of government. But they do acknowledge the workload of council members, and they do believe it passed 11-1 that the city council should have an increase in compensation. They looked at, well, for everything that they discussed, I have to say that Lauren and Livingston and Patrick Baker's office did a phenomenal job of supplying data and peer information to this committee. So, and I have a lot of that, if anybody, or Lauren can forward it, if council would like to see all of that. But they did feel strongly that the city council should have an increase in salary, which at least matches that which the Board of County Commissioners receives. I think they're at about 10,000 higher than we are. That was just sort of an arbitrary number, frankly, because they looked at that and said, we're in the same city here, you know, city council should at least be getting that much money. But yet they understood, Patrick explained to them that that's just a number that the county commission voted on themselves. There's nothing magical about that number. And let's see. And again, then their last meeting will be on October 15th. That might be, I almost wonder if they're going to have to go more than an hour and a half because they'll take a straw vote on the district issue, but they'll also get back the survey that was sent out, and I hope you guys all saw it and were able to send it to your constituents. There was a survey that went out around all of these questions, and so they understand that although they took straw votes, some of them may change their mind based on what comes back in that survey. And I think as of Friday, when the survey closed, there were over 600 responses with about 150 or so separate comments. You know, personally, I think after the council discusses this information, maybe we should have the option to reopen that survey if there's more of a will for people to participate in it and talk about it. But that's essentially what was discussed. I just sent you guys an email that Lauren had sent to us last week that looks at the demographics of the city, and it's very interesting. It shows where the growth has been. It talks about the 2040 comprehensive plan and how we anticipate another 20% growth by 2040, where that growth is going to go. And the demographic information. So, you know, please let me know if you'd like other information that was shared with the committee. It was extensive, so I don't think I haven't forwarded you everything. But it really points to the fact that we as a city since our form of government was formed back in the 70s, I think we've tripled in growth. And we're still using this form of government from back in the cities. And we all may have different ideas about how you could fix it, but I think we all agree it's a struggle sometimes to be able to act, to be able to truly represent hundreds of thousands of people appropriately. In your case, roughly 100,000 people per district. So, and to do it effectively in a quote part-time basis and be able to still hold a job or whatnot. So that's all I have.
Larkin, and then Ed, and then Malcolm.
So with the vote, if there were to be four-year terms, they would be staggered, which I think they should be if we have four-year terms. It would also stand to reason that we would align ourselves with the way that CMS does all of the districts in 1 2-year cycle, and all of the citywide, in our case, would be at-large and mayor in the next cycle. Was there a discussion, or I don't know if you said this or not, was there a discussion around when that referendum would occur? Would that referendum occur in the 21 primary, the 21 general, sometime thereafter, and when that would take effect?
No, they didn't talk about that because they're also mindful that these are just recommendations made to council, and that, we might do something totally different, but these are going to be recommendations that they make to all of us once they finish their work by the end of this month. So they didn't really get into the legalities of that. Patrick, do you have anything else
Yeah, that's correct. They're really focused on the substance in terms of if you're going to do it, and then when you're going to do it, that would come to the council for decision.
Yeah.
Ed?
Yes. Do we know when we're going to get a final report and recommendation from them?
I think by the end of the month. Their last meeting is October 15th. They might decide to add another one if they just don't have enough time on this meeting, but I'll mention it to Lauren and Amy that they might want to build in a little extra time on October 15th. And then the mayor might have a conversation with Amy as to how she presents it to council. That hadn't been decided yet.
I would suggest that they think about how some of these issues that they've considered are interrelated. So, for example, four-year terms, I think in most people's minds that's accompanied by staggered. That if you have four-year terms, you take advantage of the opportunity to stagger them. So is there a recommendation that we 4-year terms staggered, or is it 4-year terms and then a separate subject staggered?
Yeah.
Like some sort of guidance like that.
They did talk about it separately and understood. They had one person who said she didn't want it staggered, but after the discussion amongst the group, she said that's not really any, she said it's not staggered now, you don't need it to be. But the group determined that they would like to see it staggered if it moves to 4-year terms.
And I would just remind you, because we both heard this, back when we talked about this before, we got briefed by the city attorney, the then city attorney, about the events leading up to a referendum and a public hearing and therefore a calendar timeline. So if they don't talk about timing when we do, we're going to have to think of it in the context of several months of kind of run-up to the referendum. Thank you.
Can you ask them to, whoever's
People outside,
screaming?
so we're keeping our doors open because of
For airflow.
advice from the public health folks. So we would ask them to be quiet. And then Malcolm, Ed, did you finish? Okay, Malcolm?
But just picking up on Ed's last comment, or the council can make the decision themselves. We don't
Right.
have to have a referendum.
Which they understand.
Yeah, so
Right, but then there's the petition issue. If the council did try to proceed without a referendum, a petition with 5,000 signatures could trigger a referendum requirement.
I just think we just need to keep all our options on the table, even if there was a petition to do just that, because it is just recommendations. And again, I'll just think big picture. If we're going to really talk about our form of government and 4-year staggers, partisan, nonpartisan, strong mayor, weak mayor, and I really applaud the work of the committee My condolence goes to Cindy. I not know her husband that passed. I know he was sick. So my heart is broken right now a little bit. She's a great lady. But, you know, you have to look at the big picture for me. It's the whole form of government throughout the county, right? It's just not the city, it's the county. And if I had a magic wand and I could consolidate tomorrow, I would. Because so many of the issues that we're dealing with, I know this goes beyond the scope of the committee that they were given, but I think it's just like baking the cake halfway. All the issues that we're dealing with in terms of the quarter of opportunities has an element of collaboration with the county. The county is doing affordable housing, we're doing affordable housing. The county is doing economic development, we're doing economic development. The county is doing a number of wraparound services that we desperately need to advance our corridors. We don't have any of those services. We talked today about the investment that the city is making in terms of our homelessness population. The county is doing that as well. And so I applaud the work of the committee. I view these only as recommendations. Based on what I've heard, I got mixed emotions about some of the recommendations. But I hope that we can have a larger community conversation as we kind of talk about governance. And I know it's a very complicated issue, dealing not only with Mecklenburg County, but the small towns and municipalities as well. But if we truly, really want to restructure what we do and how we do and what we get paid and whether it's full-time or part-time, or how do we grow this community moving forward, community with the big C, not a small one, which includes the county and the towns and the city. I think it requires us to really ask some tough questions about who do we want to be as a community and how we're going to get there and what's the best form of government that will take us there. And so just food for thoughts and just again, like I said in my emails, just my thoughts. You know, I just think that, you know, there's a larger question that needs to be answered that a number of people in this community are afraid to ask.
Just to follow up on what Councilmember Graham said, I definitely think that it is a much larger discussion, and we would do ourselves a disservice if we didn't consider the whole pie, if you will. But my question was more procedural about how the data was pulled and that kind of thing. The reason I bring this up is because I happened to be in a conversation last week with a UNCC Charlotte professor who worked on consolidation, in particular with Mayor Anthony Fox 10 years ago or so. And I'm just curious as to how we're partnering with the university on some of this work, because there are definitely some experts out there that have looked at this specific to the Charlotte community.
I'm going to let Patrick answer that because his team were the ones that were the resource for all that information. And just to be clear, we didn't talk about consolidating. And I do personally, I don't feel this would have been the right group for that.
My question wasn't so much about consolidation. That it just made me think of it because of what
Okay.
Councilmember Graham said. But the question is really more about how we've partnered with the university to get the data that might be available.
So I don't know that we partnered specifically with the university. I know that Lauren is actually a UNCC MPA student right now, so I assumed that she was pulling it from open data resources, but I didn't ask. And most of the data that we're talking about are the size of our peer cities, the structure, whether or not there was support staff for the council members, how much they were paid, how much council members were paid. So most of this was just sort of open source information that she was able to grasp. But again, she's a UNC Charlotte student, so I don't know if the data came from anything out of the work that she's already doing.
Well, I would just encourage us to reach out to the Public Policy Department.
Sure.
All right. Renee?
Mayor Pro Tem, I didn't hear you present information on the nonpartisanship. Can you give some information on, and if I missed it, I'm sorry, but can you give some information on what the straw vote determined?
Yeah, that I wasn't in the first conversation that they talked about it, but it came up because the conversation really led from the fact that most cities in North Carolina, their municipal races are nonpartisan. I think only Charlotte and one other city, Patrick?
That's correct. I'm not
Matthews,
sure which the
maybe,
other
or-
one is, yeah.
Yeah, are partisan races. And with regards to the nonpartisan nature of it, with only 8% of people voting at the partisan level, that was one reason to look at it as well, at the, at the primary level. But it came about when they were looking at data from across the state. We have to compare ourselves to other cities, but we also have to compare ourselves to how things are done in North Carolina. And for the most part, municipal races are nonpartisan. And 99% of what we do is nonpartisan, so I suppose for some cities, that's why that works.
A straw vote on that issue? Two questions. Did you take a straw vote on that issue? And two, was that one of the initial charges from the mayor? Or was that just something that kind of came about in discussion? Is this going to be one of the recommendations?
It came
or-
about, it wasn't a charge in the charge, but I think the idea was if you're going to have terms, what would that mean and how to do it? So I don't think it was stated, in fact, it was not stated, I remember that. Because I think in our materials somewhere, I was trying to find the charge of it. Can I just say one other thing while I'm talking? This was something that was brought up because the council had this discussion 2 years ago, was it? Or it was the term before Malcolm and Renee and Victoria came on, a year and a half before that. And there were two issues on the table. How long should the terms be and whether or not the pay was sufficient? So the full-time and part-time, I want to make sure we're clear on, it was around gauging the pay, not necessarily that you were full-time, because if you say you have to be full-time, people that worked every day wouldn't be able to actually run for office. And I don't think that's what we were envisioning. But I think the question has been, the question that the council really wanted asked was the terms, how long should they be? The council defeated going to 4-year terms on a council vote, but there's a way to do it by referendum. And then the pay, which we know that I think the school board gets paid minimally and the county commission gets paid more than we do. And then the final thing I wanted to say is that when the census is done, we are going to have some criteria for making those decisions about the size of our districts and where the maps are and the boundaries are. A lot of the boundary issues are very political. In the past, we've had 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans. The parties are involved. Now I guess we'd have the Green, the Libertarian, who else? All of they're involved. But I really think that that is probably the most demanding effort that we would have to have. If there's a nod on either pay or term, years of term, I think those are prescriptive. We can do the budget the way we want to, and we have the process, there's a legal process to do parties, but on the agreement of how you do districting after the census, that is pretty much up to us. And I think that what we were trying to do is to get some parameters for that, and they haven't gotten to that part of it. So I think we're still going to need to have a council committee made up for the redistricting after the census that may be 2-tiered, council and then political, or political and then council. So we've got a lot of work to do on that area, in that area. Okay, I had Dimple, James, and then Larkin.
So how was the redistricting done in the past? Attorney, would you have a background on that?
So I was involved in another jurisdiction in 2010.
No,
and-
here, like in
It
Mecklenburg.
was done by a committee of 3 Democrats and 3 council members and 3 Republicans, and there was a decision made that the districts would have no more than a 10% differentiation on population. And so that's what the criteria was. But now, because of our growth, that would make our districts the size, as Julie said, of most cities in the state, if we do that. So is that the right? But that's how it was done. And then the lines were drawn and agreed upon by the 2 parties. Now, I don't know how they did it in other places, but that was Charlotte.
So I didn't care. So you said 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans, and what was 10%?
So if you had 10,000 people in your district, the next district couldn't have more than 10,001.
Oh, got it. Okay, so just,
It's by voter population.
okay. So districts have to be about the same size in
Yes.
terms of the population?
Right.
Okay, got it.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yeah, yes.
No, I was,
So ultimately, you get the information back from the census, and I've seen it's heavily GIS at this stage, where they've got all the precincts there, and then you populate it with your new population in your precincts. And I recall, literally, there was a screen, and you could flip precincts to make the numbers work. There's a requirement that the precincts all have to be contiguous, so you can't grab a precinct in the middle of another district and count it over to the next district. But literally, you're working on the edges to make that balance, if you will. And ultimately, that's a council will decide what that process looks like, but also what the final product looks like. So at this stage, the committee is simply making recommendations on the guidelines for what you should really focus on as you're going about it. And I've seen it done a couple of different ways, but oftentimes it's going to be that 10%, no more than 10% difference between the districts, not dividing up established neighborhoods to achieve that. I've seen geographic issues where geography comes into play in some communities. It's been things like that that are the typical guidelines.
so Smudgy's probably been through at least one of these.
I've been through two of
Two
you,
of
right,
them, okay.
Mayor? And so only thing I will add, Council, is we also make sure incumbents didn't run against incumbents. That was one criteria we kind of looked at. And the challenge has always been, we had growth in District 3 and District 2, and small growth in District 1 and District 4. And so you're right, Patrick, we've kind of put precinct, and back in the days, Malcolm had Lincoln Heights and Druid Hills, and now we had to get that to Larkin. So I do have a question, though, Mayor. So when is the governor's report due back to us?
You know, what we had talked about was by the end of this year, so
Okay.
that there'd be lots of time for council, because I don't really know what the council wants to do, what the focus should be.
Okay,
So I wasn't pushing anything that had a deadline except, but then they also got interrupted by COVID, and I was fine with them going into 2021. But I think that the committee has decided that they're ready to be complete, and so that'll be by the end of this year.
and so to me, then, Council, we got two steps. One is to receive the report, but more importantly, have the maps, we had to have the maps confirmed by the time we filed in July.
Oh, yes.
And so we do then have a window, Mayor, to your point, of getting another committee in place and make sure we can get this ironed out at least by March, before we all file for office in
Yeah, it
July.
sounds like there's definitely 2 steps regardless.
Yeah.
So the sooner they get done with this first round, the better.
Larkin?
I do think council, when the time comes, should provide guidance to a lot of the points Patrick just said about, not splitting precincts or neighborhoods. We actually do have some neighborhoods that are split in our districts now, and contiguous and all that. But I, for one, for whatever it's worth, don't think council members should be on the committee that initially recommends the new districts. I don't see how that's not problematic. So I guess, I don't know if it's up to us at the end to approve the districts that are recommended as a full council, but as far as us being the ones who are in any way involved in drawing them, I wouldn't be in favor of that.
But aren't we just going to pick the people that are going to do it? Or is that
Ed?
I just want to point out to everybody that this whole redistricting subject has been the subject of a lot of discussion in North Carolina.
Yes.
And court cases. There's a political overlay on top of some of the practical consideration, double bunking, incumbents. And what happened in 2012 was the General Assembly looked at what the Board of County Commissioners was doing and just took it away from them. So that redistricting was actually imposed by the legislature So we have time to discuss all of this. But I just caution everybody, when you start redrawing those lines, all kinds of stuff bubbles up. Packing this and such that. And do you end up with a reasonable expectation of balance on your governing body, or at least a proportionality in relation to the mix of the population? So we have work to do on
A
that.
lot of work to do.
yeah.
I agree. So the
Thank
end
you.
of the year, but I will tell you that the 3 and 3 were based upon the idea that there were 3 Republican districts, 3 Democratic districts, and 1 toss-up. That's how you got to that 3 and 3. Now, that's no longer the case. It's very, we're a different city and where the growth is and all of that. So what I think we're looking at as the principle was to try to have fairness, but I definitely know that we cannot use the model that we had before. So I think we had, I had Malcolm, and then we'll go back around and let Julie wrap us up, because I see that we've got to keep going. Dimple. Okay, do you mind?
No, go ahead, ladies first.
Dimple?
Yeah, so we often, to Ed's point, this redistricting is a hot topic in our state. I know there are legislators that are pushing for independent redistricting. I think we ought to consider that option as well, where council is not nominating any members or even involved in approving it at the end of the day. It's the independent board that is doing that. So that option, I just want to make sure that's on the table. Thanks.
Okay, Malcolm?
I don't disagree with Larkin very often, but I think we ought to keep all our options on the table right now in terms of how we do it and what authority the council is willing to yield to others. I've done this at the state as well as the local level, so I think we ought to just kind of keep all our options on the table.
Okay, Julie, you want to wrap us up, and then we'll
Yeah.
start moving.
I would say the only other issue that I felt a little bit out of my lane on was the idea, I mean, I think they definitely feel, and we'd all agree, we need better, coverage, and so we should be thinking about adding a seat, at least 1 seat. We can't add more than 1 council member. But the idea, they said, well, what do you think about taking away at-large seats? I only have my perspective. And as I said to them, there's 3 other at-large members. They might have very different perspectives. District representatives, we all kind of joke about who works harder at larger districts. But the bottom line is everybody has a different perspective. And I do think it's really important that as a council, we lend our experience, all of us, as to what that would do if you went, you'll see in the data that I sent you, a lot of our peer cities don't have any at-large representatives. It's all district. 5 of the 8 are all district. We had a reason that we went to having at-large representatives.
Well, it used to be 7 at large, and all the members of the council lived in the same zip code and went to the same church and had a lot of similarities. At the time, it was considered by the group that did the work around restructuring, which included Ron Leeper was a primary person in this effort, that districts were to represent, to be able to hear the voice of the people, that districts were necessary. But that once you were elected, you were supposed to vote based on the entire city, that what's best for the entire city. But to bring, what the thought was at one time, nobody brought the black perspective, nobody brought the Hispanic perspective to the table, and that's why districts were created, to bring those perspectives. But the idea was that then you put all of that together and do what's best for the city overall. They decided to have the at-large folks be a part of that, to bring that together. So that's basically the history around it. That was in 1970-something, 3 or 4.
And I'll just close with my piece of this, but I think that's an important conversation to have. I also see the reason for having at-large representation, because if you look at the issues that we in Charlotte are dealing with now, namely the comprehensive vision plan, if we had all district representatives, it's very likely everybody's going to just vote on that plan that best suits their district. And I do think there's value in having a weight of votes that are saying, let's look at the whole city. Ideally, we would all think that way, but that's just not how it is. The conversation came up with how we vote. So, Ms. Johnson, to your point, the conversation went in different directions that didn't have to necessarily do with the original charge just because of the discussion. It was brought up a couple times that some cities vote on district representatives, the whole city votes. So if you're running for District 4, you're running to represent District 4, but the whole city is going to vote for you, and that usually happens in a nonpartisan election. So I don't think they're going down the road on that, but those things were discussed.
Yeah.
It's still, I think what's going to happen is that if we move to another district seat, we're going to have to decide, or maybe, I don't know who else, does that mean that you're adding another seat at the dais or 2 seats for districts so that we stay, and take one from at large or whatever? But that's a conversation to have.
So I think we probably piqued everybody's attention and gotten it. It's going to come up pretty soon, but begin to start thinking about that.
Let's say one more thing.
Yes?
I just wanted to mention the at-large structure, given the majority of one political party in Charlotte, has contributed to a situation where of the combined 20 elected officials on the Board of County Commissioners and the City Council, 2 right here are Republicans. And that is not reflective of the mix of the population. I'm not being political here. I'm just saying a situation where the composition of your public and the composition of your elected bodies is so disconnected is not a good thing.
So those are the kind of thoughts that you expect to hear, and then someone's going to push this into something that's really workable for the city. And I think it's going to be a little bit tougher because, as I said before, when it was easy when it was 3, 3, and 1. That was a whole lot easier than, what do we have, 7 and 2. Okay, so with that, just keep it ready, and it's ready to go to the next thing. So I think the discussion around the manager's recommendations are next. Mr. Jones?
That's correct, Mayor. So I'm welcoming feedback from the council.
Oh, can I say something? I just, actually, the manager reminded me that we can vote on this because it's a straw vote, but if once we move it, it doesn't come back on the agenda. That's the way the CARES money has been spent, with having a sense of emergency and urgency to do it. So whatever we do today will be by a hand raising of a vote, and then the manager will go ahead and begin implementation. So with that, I turn it over to, I'm sorry, Ed, yes?
I just wanted on this subject to make the general observation that several months ago, $155 million descended on Charlotte, I think unexpectedly at the time. I remember you called me up and said, Ed, we got all this money. And I think the way in which we have found uses for the money that protect city finances and address the greatest needs of COVID has really been exemplary. So I wanted to commend you for that, Manager. Furthermore, I think the proposals that we have in front of us on the housing funds and the other recommendations you made for the 15.5 are responsive to the most acute needs and reflect the outcome of a very thorough process. So I just want to advocate in favor, and I think there's probably a pretty good consensus here of supporting your recommendations, and I hope that we can move forward with them because I think time is of the essence. It's always of the essence.
All right, so I don't think you have to say very much, Mr. Jones. I have Smudgy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Ed, I'm going to echo, I think City Manager's done a great job. I would like him, though, with the remaining $2 million, if he could look at partner with the YMCA when we think about the Y and the situation they're in and the partnership they had worked with us during the summer. If I think the Y, maybe we can pivot, have them to pivot as it relates to adult programming or youth programming. And so how do we feel about the remaining $2 million to look at supporting the YMCA for the remaining funds?
You know, Smudgy, I really think that the toughest part of this pandemic has been our kids. Mm-hmm. And having someone virtually learning and not having that person-to-person contact, that if we can do anything that would, a long story short, I don't know the downsides of that. I think that's an excellent idea because our kids are losing, I mean, it. And so I think that's a great idea, but I'm sure that there are other ideas out there, and I just want to make sure we got them on the table. But thinking about these kids is why we did the digital stuff, more importantly. Matt?
Yes, thank you. So I would generally agree that I am satisfied with these recommendations, and I hear you, Smudgy, there as well. I did want to just pinpoint the appropriation for the digital divide. I think that was originally $1 million. It's been scaled back. I believe that Smudgy had made the point earlier about the hotspots and how just critical they've been, particularly in underserved, marginalized communities. It's come to my attention that there are still students that don't have hotspots. Now, there are these general, kind of larger hotspots where multiple people can either come to a single location, or alternatively, they already are at that location. And so multiple students can use one hotspot at one given time. I think the hotspot appropriation we made before was for individual residences. I'm seeing here that we are looking at 10 locations in partnership with United Way. I'm wondering where those are. And I'm speaking, so I did have a number of good conversations with Mr. Heath about this. My frame of reference is the Latin American Coalition and the challenges that have been faced by the young folks there. They haven't had the ability, so there's been a true lack of wraparound services for the hotspot that exists there. I think we want to, if the hotspots are going to be provided, and I know that's been provided through a partnership with CMS, but the hotspots are going to be provided. I think we want to make sure that the children that are using them can actually use them for their intended purpose, can get the full benefit, maximize the effect of those hotspots. So I guess a couple of questions here. Do we know the locations of the United Way hotspots or these labs? When we look at the Digital Navigator program, that's something that had specifically been brought to my attention as lacking in some of these more kind of generalized hotspot areas. Is that something that we're talking about that's going to be maybe specifically geared to the United Way, or is that a program that can provide support for some of these more, kind of broader, general hotspots that are available to multiple students? And then again, too, what other deference, or consideration could be given to supporting maybe some more of these broader hotspots where we are kind of maximizing our efforts rather than just kind of the individual ones where maybe we're getting, helping 10, 20, 30, or even 50 students all at once through one location?
Well, I'll start off, Mr. Newton, and so Sean and Kelly will stop me, I think, if I go too far. I don't know what the address of the 10 spots are, so I do want to clarify something. We thought we could do one more project with Enlivian, which fell through, and that's why I said we were trying to do $1 million, and we went down to $500,000. But if there is some willingness of this council to sharpen our pencils and find ways to deploy more resources related to the digital divide, I could take a portion of that $2 million and put it in that space. We just need to make sure that we could deploy it in the way that these funds are intended.
I don't think it would take much either. So I just want to say that as well. I think a little bit could go an awfully long ways. Particularly, I can't recall the overall number of hotspots that are being provided, but from the standpoint of maybe identifying some locations with partners that we've worked with in the past for kind of a general hotspot, but then that wraparound service. These young folks that are coming out, so once again, just for purposes of illustration and example here, these young folks are coming out to the parking lot at the Latin American Coalition. They're sitting on a curb to use the service. There is no protection from the elements whatsoever, and they're left on their own. And oftentimes their parents, they work, so they can't leave them there throughout the day. So they're not getting the full benefit of instruction from their schooling because they're only there for a temporary period of time. And what we know is that, it's going to be winter soon, right? So that ability for these young folks to have a hot spot, to have that connection, to get an education, that window's closing even further. So to the extent that we can provide that opportunity, once again, probably won't cost very much, but can maximize a true benefit and make a real difference in their lives.
I'm really curious about this, and because I can't remember, I read all of the materials, and they're a little bit different, and I thought that when we talked to CMS, that they had actually said they were going to put hotspots inside people's homes. Why would we have anybody sitting on the curb? And
It's a
when we've
bus.
already, the private sector, it was over $4 million. So I'm a little bit like, what happened in the implementation of something? Has this helped me understand? I don't know, Rashawn, if you know the status of this digital work that was supposed to be done with the $4 million? If this is stuff is going on, Matt, it's
Yeah,
really
what's been communicated to
difficult.
me is it's a bus, and so this was rolled out in different locations throughout our city, and it's a bus that's just parked there, and anyone can come and use it, but once again, there's no protection from the elements. I really look at the
Was that prior to the $4
Navigator.
million or after the $4 million?
Oh, I'm sorry?
What, we put it, there was $4 million. Huh? I'm sorry.
Mayor, I think I can help.
So have we spent the $4 million? I'm really worried
And I'm
about
really intrigued by the Navigator program, because
Okay.
what they're saying is that there's no one to facilitate this or even look after the kids if the parents have to leave.
Let's find out the status
Okay.
of this, and I don't know, Sean, and then Julie.
Well, I just have a question, and maybe Sean can answer this. And Matt, when you mention it to me, I think it's worthy, but I'm confused as if you're saying that the problem is the kids don't have anywhere to go when the parents are working, because that's a different issue than the hotspots. I think CMS, my understanding was CMS has the hotspots. We were helping pay for the service. And so I agree with you that having kids sit outside on a stoop is really not good, but the question is, where would they be? If they had internet connectivity, where would they be? They can't be in the bus. They can't be in the Latin American Coalition. If their parents are at work, that to me seems the bigger issue, that if there's a problem there, that needs to be highlighted too.
And there is a bright line between these. The hotspots, of course, was the 16,000 devices that CMS had funding for the hardware. Mayor Pro Tem is correct that we then provided some supplemental funding to provide the internet access through the end of this calendar year. And then separately, there is a CMS school bus that's going to the Latin American Coalition site on a daily basis. The school bus is Wi-Fi enabled. I'm not sure if CMS would characterize it as a pilot program, but at one point, there were a couple buses, including that one. Now, it's my understanding it is just that one particular bus. So if there's a way to connect that to other programming, there could be an opportunity. But I think initially we were looking for where are those things that we can plug and play on really quickly and do something programmatic, not necessarily at scale, but recognizing where we are on the calendar, what's achievable by the end of the year, was really how we were going about identifying these new opportunities that are on the slide today.
And so I guess what I'm requesting, and what I would envision, and certainly I would defer to the coalition and other experts on this, but envisioning some sort of sheltered space within close proximity to that hotspot. And what they had mentioned was extremely, or so especially lacking, was someone there that can facilitate this, possibly can speak the same language as the children, and at the same time be there to kind of oversee the implementation of that technology and the connection. If there are any questions, and maybe even oversee the children if there was no one else available to watch them. But I don't know if that's what we're talking about, digital navigators. And so that was part of my question is, are we is that the space we're filling with that? And if it is, would that be the type of program that those navigators would be provided for?
Right, real quickly on the digital divide recommendations that are here, it's two separate recommendations that would be split down the middle. Each would be $250,000. The first one is really focused on access to technology. The second one is really focused on digital literacy. On the potential United Way partnership, they have not selected the 10 or more locations for this particular program. We didn't want to get ahead of the headlights, but it's something that they could move on very quickly. if council were to decide they wanted to go in that direction. Likely what would happen is, you may recall, the United Way established the United Neighborhoods program in 2017. There are about 7 neighborhoods that were identified across the city to focus neighborhood revitalization efforts. So I think the logical first step for us, if this sort of opportunity were funded, would be to see how that marries up with some of our opportunity corridor work and evaluate if there are logical community centers where we could put our investment. And the whole idea is to provide those community centers with hardware. So computers and other peripheral devices and internet access, so they have access to the internet essentially. So that's the first one. And then the second one on Digital Navigator, that's really an extension of the sort of things that we're already investing in as part of the public Wi-Fi project that you funded. So here the idea is essentially recruiting volunteers, establishing a hotline, so individuals have a resource to go to if they have questions about how do I find affordable hardware, how do I find affordable internet access. Once I have access to these sorts of things, how do I really use them? It's the sort of thing that digital natives would take for granted, but there are a lot of members of our community that have not just a barrier to the access to the technology, but also a barrier associated with using the technology itself. So this would be a hotline sort of service where we would target particular communities that are part of our public Wi-Fi effort already.
Okay.
So I guess just to wrap up me on my thoughts here, so I am compelled to support the recommendations. I would ask my colleagues to consider, I mean, we're talking $2 million, and I love Smudgy's recommendation as well, by the way, but to consider maybe just a small portion of that potentially being set aside for the opportunity to provide some sort of wraparound service for our hotspots, including the hotspots, maybe the more general hotspots being provided by CMS now and potentially up until, I suppose, until December. But don't know what number to put on that. I really don't think it would need to be much, 50,000 tops.
I want to, Matt, you said some things that are really compelling. So I'm a little bit concerned. You say that they have no shelter. It's winter coming. We don't have any data around if CMS is putting the hotspot on a bus. I mean, obviously, buses can be shelters, but Mr. Jones, I don't know what the school system has done, and it worries me a little bit because, as you say, watch the children. I don't think there's any strategy for watching over kids across the entire public system, and we would need some data around how often is this occurring that kids are in hotspots. What is the school system doing? I just,
So I think I can be helpful.
bewildering to me.
So I think I can be helpful, and this is the logic behind it. Then we'll confirm that this is what has occurred. Before the 16,000 hotspots, I do know that the school system was having buses go to certain places so that people could have internet access. Now, what they're doing now, I can't tell you. I don't know if all the 16,000 are deployed, but it goes back to what this body has said. What would be best is to have internet access for everybody, not necessarily these hotspots. But we're building something because to have internet access for everybody, I don't know if it's 10 million, 50 million, what have you. So in the interim, it's taking care of the children so that they can have access, and that is the hotspots. Maybe there's still a need for the bus, I don't know. I agree with you. The concept of having kids outside in the cold, it bothers me. So I just...
How many? It's not just in that
So I would agree with-
geography. I mean, there are lots of kids that, I think we need to get some information.
Could we get more data on it?
Simple?
Yes, so the way this discussion had come up was Sil Ganzo with Our Bridge Kids. We saw her over the weekend at one of the events, and she expressed concerns around families not getting those hotspots devices. There were a lot of families that her organization serves did not get those devices, and that's why they were using the bus. However, when they go to the bus, they need someone a parent or someone to take them to the bus, and if they need to use a restroom, then they have to go back. So I guess I'm with you Mayor, on, we need to understand how there is an implementation that's been done, because there's certainly a gap between what's we've been told and what the real situation is, so that we really get an understanding. Because if we need to figure out a way to get the students those devices, we need to look at that approach then directly. But from what it looks like, from what we were told by this nonprofit organization, that a lot of families did not end up getting a device, not even a single device. And we were told some of the families were going to get 1 or 2, depending on the number of students per household. But that's not the case. So we need to get to the bottom of this and figure out how the money was implemented.
Right. And as much as I'd like to, the county got CARES money as well. And these services are supposed to support that kind of effort. And not to say that we are all in this together, I get that part. But honestly, the 4 million was told we were told something very different than what you have had said to you over the weekend. We need to find that out. So, because if we do 50,000, next week it might be 5 million. Just because we don't know the breadth of what they're doing. And I actually think that the system needs to help us understand better. So that's what I would ask. I would say, let's find out the information and get something that we understand how this works, and follow up specifically with the Latin American Coalition.
And
CMS, yes.
Our Bridge, I can get you their information as well.
Ed?
I just wanted to comment in general that if we fund a program or we have a known environment that we subsidize, then we know what we're getting into. The issue I have with this concern, which is a very valid concern on Mr. Newton's part, is just there is no mechanism through which any money we provide kind of addresses the problem. Now, on the other hand, Mr. Mitchell's proposal I like because we know about the why, and we know where they work, and they have an established framework for putting this money to work. So I'm kind of with you on that. If we can use the 2 million, and maybe, I mean, we always have latitude to, in smaller amounts, to kind of support in response to a specific ask and knowing what the money will be used for. I don't think we're closing any doors, but I think right now the most certain and productive thing we could probably do is support the why. Thank you.
All right. So, Matt, we need to get to the bottom of your issue. Dimple?
Yes, so I have a question on a separate line item here. That's for the hotels, which is $3 million. I guess, could someone tell us the formula that's being used for the hotels funding? Like how, is it based on the occupancy? Is it based on the losses or revenues compared to 2019? Or what is the formula?
So the way the program has been contemplated is in order for a hotel to be eligible, there needs to be a demonstration of at least 25% of revenue loss as a direct result of COVID. And the way the money would be dispersed, be it the initial $3 million allocation and or anything incremental to that, would be based on the number of hotel rooms associated with the eligible hotels that apply for that fund.
And the notes say that it's expected to serve approximately 150 hotels?
Yeah, it could be,
I mean,
that
I know
many.
approximately.
And it would ultimately boil down to the number of rooms. So there are at least 6,000 rooms in Center City, Charlotte. There are probably north of 20,000 hotel rooms if you look at the entire city of Charlotte footprint.
So it's based on the revenue, so we are using 2019 as the baseline.
So that there would have to be a demonstration of a 25% or greater revenue impact
Okay.
as a direct result of COVID. That's
Right.
correct.
So the reason I'm asking, I know we have had several requests that had come in from HTA where there were several hotel and motel owners that had the occupancy because they were providing lodging for those that were homeless or one of the most vulnerable population of our communities. However, they weren't getting paid. So I just want to make sure that it's not based on, because they would have had
Good
full
point.
occupancy but no revenue. So it is based on the 2019 as the baseline.
Based on adverse revenue, correct? Not,
All right.
yes, that's
Thank
right.
you.
Tark?
Thanks, Phi. I just, one question for sure, is that flex funding bucket, maybe this is you, manager, or you, whoever, is the flex bucket inclusive of a hard set expenditure that we've been talking about for live music venues, or is that something else? It is. Is there a reason why that doesn't kind of have its own set bucket versus being kind of in this?
I'll give it the first shot. When we were dealing with the F&B, there was a question of whether or not some of the music venues would qualify under that. Under this $5 million, there's $500,000 set aside just for the venues, and we think that covers it.
Okay. I just want to make sure that's not something that can be not done later on. If we're approving this, we're approving that, right? Okay, that's good. I guess commentary that I throw out, I like the increase for the hotel stuff. I like the extra bucket there for more small business and workforce support, which I know we're going to need. I think my biggest concern is probably that I don't know that that's enough given the need for hotels right now that they have. I mean, we had 3, right? And this 3 then would bring that to 6, which is a good number. But if you look at, what was the estimate, 100 million in revenue they've lost? I think my biggest concern is if you look at all the things we could be doing, and then you look at a post-COVID world where theoretically we go back to some of the things we used to do, our hotel room count is a major economic development tool in our tool belt when we go after these big events and the things that certainly one day we will be back to. And I just hope that we aren't in some insurmountable hole with how much we've lost, with how much that industry has been just cremated this year, that we take another decade to try to rebuild back to that point. So again, I just mentioned that because I just think it's probably important for us to keep on our radar how substantial the dollar amount of that industry getting decimated is right now, and how much we rely on that in our economic development toolbox.
Okay. Any other, Mr. Jones? Yeah.
Mayor, I think I'm going to be helpful, and let's hope that I am. So I believe that 1.75 million will more than cover whatever the ask of the YMCA is. I'd like to move I'm recommending that you move $250,000 from that remaining contingency and move it to the digital divide, so that as some of these issues pop up, we could be flexible enough to address them.
That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. As we can get some.
I just had to figure it out. I had to do the math.
Okay, so, all right. So the Y gets 1.75?
Yes.
And I'm assuming that that would include all of the Ys and a lot of them on our corridors as well. So that does get, I don't know how much, but at least we know we have shelter in those spaces, and I'm hoping that they're helping out with homework. Any other comments? So I need a motion to accept the manager's recommendation as amended with the change for the contingency transfer and the Y. So we have a motion and a second. So any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor, please raise your hand, since this is a digital meeting that people can see. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Graham, Mr. Newton, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Bakari, Mr. Driggs, Mr. Mitchell, Ms. Ajmira, Ms. Victoria Watlington, Mr. Eggleston, and I think that's everyone. It's unanimous. Okay. Thank you very much. I really, Ed said this first, that when you look around at other communities, this is pretty amazing work. So thank you to the team Really, you guys have done a terrific job, and really, look, it's good. It's really good. Okay, so the next item on our agenda, let me make sure I've got it. All right, we are now ready for setting the strategy for violence prevention. Committee report out and recommendations on Safe Charlotte referrals. How do we want to start this? Mr. Eggleston, do you want to start with us? Or your committee members?
That's fine. So I know we've allotted, hopefully, plenty of time, even though we're a little behind, to discuss this. And since most of you have been so kind as to join our committee meetings, I think everybody's probably more up to speed on what's been going on there than in most any other committee. So I think part of what we'll do today, I know the manager's going to take part of this, but we have had charges to each of the other council committees as it relates to building safe communities and tackling the violent crime issue in our community. So I don't know, Mr. Manager, if you want to have, at some point, we'll have each of the committee chairs maybe discuss a little bit of that. I know we're going to talk about the efforts around the violence interruption programs and how we're moving forward with that. And I think one of the big things, and we'll touch on this some with Mr. Driggs when he's discussing the budget committee, because I know they've been taking a look at this. We have, and I hope that the manager will take a few minutes, or maybe the chief can, to outline. I don't think there's been a lot of attention really paid to the amount of changes that have been made as it relates to policing and reimagining police and safe communities in our city over the last 4 months. But the list is pretty long, and I think it's pretty significant. And I think because of the feedback and the push from the community and the feedback and the push from the council, many of the things that I think we as a council would have likely taken action on based on all the conversations we've had in the last 4 months and beyond, and before that, were things that the chief started to look at on his own, I think partly due to the conversations we were having and the feedback we were giving him, and decisions that he was able to make on his own without it coming to a council vote that mandated that change, but simply because we were having the conversation. He was a part of that conversation with us, and I think he understood the value in making some of those changes. So as I've said to him before, I'm greatly appreciative of his partnership in this, as opposed to there being some sort of sense of an adversarial relationship. I think he has been a great partner in this since he was sworn in, and for that I'm grateful. One of the things that I hope we'll spend a decent amount of time talking about today, if it's the will of the body, is what I really think the crux of reimagining the police is. And again, I know in the Budget and Effectiveness Committee, I think they've dug into this data a little bit, and much of it is in the books that we've got in front of us. But looking at the call volumes, the call types, the call priority levels that CMPD historically has answered, and trying to make determinations about which of those call types and call priorities really are not best suited to be routed to the police department, at least not as the first line of response. And I think there is an opportunity there to take a lot of the burden that we have put on our police officers off of our police officers and redeploy a lot of those calls to people who are more specially trained to handle those type of situations, while allowing our police officers to focus more specifically on the things that they are most highly trained to deal with. So I hope we'll talk a lot about that. I also think one of the things that I think hopefully will have support of the council, we've talked a lot about, and I think the entire council is very excited about all of the investments and efforts that are being put behind our opportunity corridors. I think that, and we've also, I think many of us discussed at length, the value in having our police officers be able to live in the communities that they serve. Not necessarily requiring it, but incentivizing it in a way that helps them afford the undoubtedly higher cost of living in our city compared to living in some of the surrounding counties. But I think it allows those officers to get to know better the people that they are serving. It, I think, increases the humanity that our community sees in our officers and that our officers see in our community. And I'd really like to see us prioritize and maybe even additionally incentivize our officers to live in these opportunities or corridors of opportunity. Because we have heard, and I've heard Malcolm speak to this on several occasions, we have heard from folks in those communities that while I think most of the city agrees that we want to see reforms in police policies and accountability and things like that, Malcolm speaks frequently, and I've heard from constituents in my own district that many of them feel like their neighborhoods might not even be getting the attention from the police department that they need or want. And I think a big part of that is that we have spread our department very thin. It's hard for them to cover the areas where they're most needed as effectively and frequently as they would otherwise do. And I think by having officers who are not only in those communities to serve in their professional role, but are also there as residents in their personal lives, I think it could increase, I think it could benefit the relationships that we have between our communities, our officers, and it can help us see some significant change in those corridors. So I hope we can spend some time talking about those things today. Manager, if you want to have the report outs from each individual committee first, or whatever order you want to do it, suits me just fine.
So in our book, it starts off with budget and effectiveness. In the new book, it's page 63, and the handout we got online is page 30, or 20, yeah, page 30.
I've
So-
been told we're going to start with the Budget Effectiveness Committee.
Right.
And so,
Does the manager want to say anything?
Yes, so we were intentional this morning with the ACMs giving you reports from the January annual strategy meeting. And in this afternoon, the ACMs have worked with their chair of their particular committee to discuss the work that's occurred as it relates to what I'm calling Safe Charlotte. And it depends on the relationship between the ACM and the chair as to who's providing the report. My understanding is that we're going to kick it off with budget and effectiveness, and the chair.
No, let's change that.
The chair of the committee will do the report. I was going to come with the Safe Communities Committee after that, but I think it's better if we end with that. So I will go last. One thing I will say is that we call it the blue, green, black sheet. And the green represents everything that was referred to committee as it relates to Safe Charlotte. And then the blues are the things that are new items in committees, and the blacks are things that were already in committee. I will say there were 12 different referrals to the committees, a lot of great work. As Councilmember Mitchell mentioned earlier, we had to double up in the month of September in order to bring this across the finish line. But with that said, I'd like to turn it over to the Chair of Budget and Effectiveness.
Can I just say something? Chief Jennings has joined us. I know that everybody's probably seen him, but this is really a dialogue between all of us, so feel free as you need to comment. All right, so now, Mr. Driggs.
Thank you. I just want to describe in big picture terms what the work of the committee was. So there was the first phase in which we received a description of CMPD's budget in buckets, so major components. And I think the takeaway from that was that 86% of the spending of CMPD is actually personnel related. Then we looked at the non-personnel expenses, and we found that a component of that was funded by grants and things, so therefore we had no control over the use of those funds. And then there was a final component, which was discretionary. We looked at that. We got data about purchases and about how those funds are used, and a great deal of data. So anybody who wants to dig into that can have 40 pages of categories of items that were purchased, how the money was spent. That was part one, just to kind of put a context. Part two was, we looked at the calls for service and how the police department actually defines its requirement for officers and what the size is, to explain why the police department is the size that it is. And essentially, in a nutshell, there were 370,000 calls for service by citizens, and there is a hierarchy of response times that we target for those calls. So we want to respond to priority 1 calls in 7 minutes. Then we have lower priority calls where we allow ourselves longer response times. In order to have the manpower to respond in those timeframes to those calls, you need so and so many officers available. In order to have that many officers available, you need to have a total of 1.9 times that many officers, considering that many of them are off duty and so on. So that explains the size of the police department, why it's the size it is. It also highlighted the fact that we are actually 190 officers. I'm going to pull this aside while I talk. 190 officers below our budget. What's that?
I think we're all going with the mask. We can hear you fine.
No, I'm breathing and talking through this thing is kind of hard, so I just ask you to...
I think that's the point.
I know. I'll try not to blow in your direction. Anyway, I just want to mention 190 officers below the budget and 500 officers below the complement that would be indicated by the analysis we did. So that's a subject that we'll have to consider. But one thing then, we proceeded from there to look at a breakdown of the calls for service and considered which ones of those could be responded to by somebody other than a sworn officer. And we focused initially on the category 5s, and we found that there were in a total of 67,000 hours of the time of officers devoted to category 5 calls, which could conceivably be handled by others, by less expensive, less well-trained people who were qualified in the particular areas of those calls. So I think the takeaway from that was that we can consider diverting some of the funding for police or some of the activities of the police outside of the police department, civilianize some of their activities, and I think that's something we want to consider further. We're just receiving now information, more detailed information about all of the priorities and how they break down to consider whether there might be other priority levels in which there's activity that could be done by others. And that process is not complete, but that's kind of the essence of what we did.
Chief?
Yeah, if I can add to that just a little bit as well. I mean, some of these calls for service that Mr. Driggs was speaking of doesn't necessarily mean that police will not have to go out at all. Some of it could be that the long-term, whatever takes longer after the initial response to that call for service, that would allow police to free up a lot quicker than what we would have had we been handling the call totally by ourselves. So.
Okay.
And could I just mention,
Mr. Driggs? Yes.
we got excellent cooperation from CMPD. Really appreciate the input and the responsiveness of your team on the issues that were considered in my committee. It was very helpful, Chief. Thank you.
Any questions? Ms. Watlington?
So I apologize if you mentioned this while I was getting my recommendations page, but I see here where it says further assessment is recommended. What's the timing for that? To develop?
It's hard, we can't hear you.
What is the timing for the further assessment for the priority 5 calls?
We'll cover that. I'll cover that with the Safe Communities Committee report.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, any other questions for budget and effectiveness? Any other comment? Okay. Who's next?
Mayor, members of council, Mr. Mitchell and Tracy are going to go next with workforce and business development.
While we're waiting, I do have one more question.
They just said I had some time. We have one more question before we start, Tracy.
And maybe I can see the answer to the question on the scorecard by the budget, but can you help me connect the dots between the violence prevention and what we're seeing on the scorecard?
I don't think, you connect the what?
Connect the dots between the scorecard from the budget committee and violence prevention. I just would like to understand a little bit more about what the intent was behind that one. I get a scorecard in regards to maybe some of the police metrics, but I'm just trying to connect the dots between how that relates to violence.
I think that discussion came out of the dashboard that we have and all the data work that's being done. And the idea of the scorecard was to kind of capitalize on that data to evaluate effectiveness of different measures and inform any changes that we want to make in service delivery from the data. Because a lot of work has gone into creating that data. It's a website you can see, it's a matrix, and we have a lot of information about crimes that can serve as a basis for the cure violence process and for any other revisions we might make to how the police operate. Mr. Manager, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, that's correct. That is, Councilmember Watlington, years in the making to get that data, to get the data from, all the different entities, and we finally, for the first time, and I think that's when Rebecca said hallelujah. So now we finally are able to be a bit more data-driven in our analytics as it relates to this.
So do we already have this somewhere?
Yeah, she showed a glimpse of it a couple of weeks ago, yes.
With the link?
I'll make sure you get it before we leave today, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let's see, we're now going to the workforce development. Tracy? Great.
Mayor, thank you so much. I'm just going to say brief comments, then I'm going to turn it over to Tracy, who's kind of led the charge, and make sure we can meet twice in the month of September. But Mayor, you challenged us with kind of 4 big items: workforce plan for corridors of opportunity, workforce development plan to reduce high unemployment, and strengthening workforce development with our diversion programs. And I would tell you, Council and Mayor, staff provided so much data about zip code, about unemployment, by the ethnic makeups, and we really appreciate it. So Tracy, I'm going to turn it over to you as you walk through and share the work of the committee.
Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. As Councilmember Mitchell said, we had 2 meetings. And I will never admit this, we probably should have had 4 for the amount of work that we were doing. So we didn't get through.
Wait a minute. City manager?
No.
You heard? She said 4.
But there's still a lot of work to do, but I'm really excited about where we are. So as we looked into those 4 recommendations, or those 4 referrals, we asked 3 guiding questions. Who is unemployed and what are the barriers they face? Number 2, are the right jobs available for people who are unemployed? And 3, what can the city do from a policy perspective to address barriers for people in high unemployment zip codes? Essentially where we went to is that we condensed the 4 referrals down to 2. The reduce unemployment, diversion programs, quarters of opportunity kind of became 1. And essentially, it's what do we do to reduce high unemployment? Mm-hmm. And then the policy for guiding city investment was its own separate thing. So setting the stage for the critical work, we really wanted to take a dive into the corridors, and I'll show you on the next slide some of the extensive research that we did. But one of the things that we identified was that barriers come in all shapes and sizes, and I'll hit on that in just a minute. And then the second thing is we wanted to understand our workforce system and the ecosystem. What we found is that we do have a robust system with Charlotte Works at the center of it, but we need to better connect this ecosystem with the employers to make sure that those gaps are filled. And then the last area was job creation. And this was better connect bringing the jobs to where they're located and where the talent is located, and provide new opportunities to connect the talent and the jobs and new strategies to connect talent and jobs. So this is an example of what Councilmember Mitchell was talking about, and I'll send this out so that everybody doesn't have to try to digest it. But we went through the corridors, and we looked at each one of the corridors. So 2016, 28216 is Beatty's Ford, 28208 is West Boulevard, 28206 is Sugar Creek, 28212 is the Eastland area, and 28213 is North Tryon area. And what you'll see up here that I just want to really highlight is these barriers are different. They're different for different corridors. And so if you look at the unemployment rates, if you look at the character even, where Beatty's Ford, as we all know, is mostly residential, but then West Boulevard is seen more as a employment center. But the barriers that they face are different. If you look down at the bottom, 28206, a barrier is recognized as transportation that you don't see come up in some of the other corridors. And so really what this did for us was to, again, reiterate what we've said all along is barriers and the corridors are all different.
So I want to understand, and I was in this conversation, so I can appreciate the work that you all did, and this question, I promise, just came to me. Otherwise, I would have asked it in the committee meeting. When I see here for 28208, top barriers being crime in single-parent households, I want to just make sure that I understand what the connection is here. I'm assuming anecdotally, we're saying that if people are working, they have less of an incentive to commit crime?
Well, it was really what we were looking at. What are the factors about this corridor that stand out versus other corridors? And so the crime popped up for us in 28212. Also, the single-parent household obviously came up as this one in a barrier, which you see in other ones as well.
Sure. So I'm still trying to connect the dot between violent crime and employment, right? I would anticipate that what we want to say is that people would have less of an incentive to commit violent crime if they were employed.
Yes.
But I don't see that necessarily here, because when I think about the crime that's the top Pareto item in 28208, it tends to be things like larceny. So not necessarily violent crime. So I just want to make sure that as we're doing this work, that we can expect to see a reduction in violent crime based on what we're actually doing here. Maybe the question is more for the chief to understand when we look at people who are committing violent crime in this area, are they unemployed or underemployed? How are we making that connection between violent crime versus crimes of opportunity?
I think that Mr. Driggs had the same question about that. So kind of like, this is great for employment, but what we're trying to do are connect the dots. And I'm assuming between people that can't get work because they have records, or people that make so little that they commit the larcenies of the world. I can't have anything to eat, so I go steal it. Okay, so I don't.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're trying to do today. When we started off with the hot spots that now we call priority areas, we were talking about the characteristics that were more on the negative side. So now this is a market analysis. It's going to pull in some of the pluses, some of the minuses, and when we put this all together through all of these different committee reports, we're going to be able to go back to this violence prevention strategy with more tools than we started off back in January.
So this would be used for like cure violence
Absolutely.
strategies and assessment.
Yes.
They would have this to build their database
Yes.
from, and for us to use. Ed?
I just want to say it's probably good to frame this segment in the context of the correlation between violent crime and unemployment. So by creating opportunity, you have an environment in which there is going to be less crime, and there's plenty of data looking at recessions and historically to make that connection. So I just think it's worth emphasizing up front that this is one of the approaches we're taking. At the time we adopted the Community Action Plan after the Keith Lamont Scott unrest, we identified job creation as one of the key ways in which we could address social tensions, and those social tensions in turn are a factor in our crime statistics. So that's just the sort of broader environment.
Chief?
Yes, and I think one of the things we can look at within the department, and one of the things I'm tasking with our officers are, when you get somebody in that cycle, it's very difficult for them to get out of. So once you make that arrest, it might start as a misdemeanor offense, and then that person gets in that cycle, then they can't get a job, they they can't support their families or themselves. And so what are some alternatives? What are we trying to accomplish when we get that misdemeanor nonviolent offense? And how can we get that person on the right track? So those are some of the things that we look at internally, to how we can start it from the very beginning of it.
So I think as we go back to the conversations we had earlier in the year, where we basically laid out a profile, if you will, of offenders, we knew some of the demographics of who tend to be violent crime offenders. If it's possible to relate their employment status or their household income or something from an economic standpoint to the commission of the violent crime, I think that would really connect those dots. For me, I'd like us to get a little crisper here, because this is great work. We got to do this work regardless, but I just want to make sure that we are going to get the violent crime reduction associated with it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, yes.
Yes, Tarek?
I think one of the things that, it's a great point. I think one of the things that I've learned over the last 3 years has been that the short and midterm of violent crime reduction is almost better measured with, near misses and bullets than the reality that we've done something to actually impact that. And I think it's the long term that we have the biggest possibility, which is why, 2.5 years ago when we started on this initiative of stop making our city government and everything we do all vertical, where like I do affordable housing and I do transportation, and start thinking about it horizontally, that these all connect for outcomes like upward mobility, is definitely the long-term strategy here. And when Tracy and the team presented this to us, what came into my mind is all these tools and this horizontal approach are the bricks that build this future long-term house we're going for. And the strategic job plan is the mortar. And that's what's going to seal all that together and make it real, not saying, hey, come train with us and we'll get you transported there and you can live somewhere affordable. And we don't give them the ultimate piece that makes it self-sustaining. So I think it's not to say you're not wrong and that's not the measure we want, but over that time, I think as we were struggling with the numbers of violent crime, I just came to a conclusion that there's a limited impact we can make on that in the short term, thinking of that in a silo.
So I'll say Councilman Bakari hit the nail on the head, and I probably jumped in a little bit too fast because I'd go jobs. But this is all interconnected, and I'll show you at the end kind of one of our ahas as we got into this, but it does connect back to so many things, violence prevention being one of them. But I'll hold that for the end.
I had Ms. Johnson first.
Sorry.
Renee?
Thank you. One of the questions I have regarding the slide, and I asked you during the meeting, how the data was captured, because for 28213 specifically, I'm looking at the median income. And I wanted to ensure that we were capturing those who were no longer eligible for unemployment. So you know that's not counted in the unemployment statistics. And I also, because of the volume or the number of hotels and motels in our district, that median income just surprises me. So I just really wanted to make sure that we are capturing in this information. We know that if a person's been displaced or unemployed for a long time, they're not counted in the unemployment statistics. So I really want to get down into the weeds for the statistics, because in order to resolve this, we need the true numbers. So I wanted to have that verified.
So we heard you last week. It's not as easy as just kind of pulling some other numbers. We're still churning through the data to try to sift down into what you were asking last week. So that's still in progress, but we heard you.
Okay, all right, I just want to make sure. Okay. So we're presenting information half the picture.
We're presenting as much as we were able to do in 2 committee meetings in September.
Okay.
I mean, there is still, and you'll see at this, what we're proposing is a much deeper dive into this data. I mean, we're not proposing to stop now. I think where we are trying to go is to tee up something that is a more comprehensive research analysis on all of these corridors, as well as efforts that are citywide.
Okay, thank you.
So what we learned, you heard me say a couple of times
that the barriers, there's all different kinds of barriers, and we're going to be able to solve this through looking strategically at public-private partnerships. What we've looked at peer cities and how this is getting solved in peer cities, but this is barriers like single-parent households, transportation, incarceration, or any combination of them. The other piece that we learned was metrics are essential and innovation is necessary. You guys have been great with us in letting us try pilots of different initiatives around economic development, but we want to go further, and we want to look at metrics that include people placed in jobs as number one, and the duration of the job, the wage correlation, the barriers are addressed, and the impact on the community. So this gets to the violence prevention. What is that ROI in the work that we're doing? Not just that it put a person in a job, but what is the bigger impact on our community? We also want to incentivize participation. Incentivize instead of require. We feel like we reward companies who partner with us, and we are building, I think, a great model of that in terms of working and forming partnerships with the right companies that are going to positively impact our community. We've got to continue that and look at innovative ways to incentivize companies and these connections with jobs in our community. Lastly, building connections with the existing industry. It's not just about the companies that are new to town or growing, it's about the ones that are here and better understand what their labor needs are. We have a lot of these partnerships that have really started to come to the forefront in recent years, but we can't stop with a couple. We can't stop at just who we think our major employers are. We've got to continue to canvas across our community and our existing partnership opportunities. So the big takeaway, and this is where we get into, this was the big aha for me, I'll say this month, which is we have mobility plans. We have land use plans. We have all different kinds of plans that sit in our city that organize the work that we do. We do not have a comprehensive jobs plan. We don't have something that either organizes the jobs we go after and how that correlates in our community, how it leads to violence reduction, or how it leads to our mobility plans. It's very fragmented, and we end up in a reactionary space. So we talk about what about jobs on corridors, or what about jobs here and employment here? To Councilmember Bakari's point, what we're not doing is looking at this in the horizontal. And that's really the big takeaway. We need to do extensive research on defining what jobs is in our communities. How do we work with businesses? What are the talent initiatives? I mean, one of the great things in my time back at the city has been this ability to combine business recruitment and talent development. That's just the start of it. Now combine it into corridors and mobility in our land use plans. And then put that also with partnerships. So I think that we have something we are in great need of in terms of a comprehensive jobs plan that will inform so many things across our city, and also look at that horizontal as you were talking about.
So Tracy, this is one of those things that I think I'm following a thread here. Yes, we do need to have that horizontal, but in the comprehensive job plan for the safety part of it, what I wonder, how do we create jobs for people that are felons returning? I think it's 5 or 6 digits that are coming back. Felons are being released into Charlotte every year. A felon can't work in a bank building. So things like that, we really need to I'm wondering, how do we do that? And I wanted to ask about how do you take the chief's point of, looking at our data from high schools and juvenile records and saying, how do we have a comprehensive plan for that? But it's not just jobs. This is where it comes to housing. This is where it comes to mental health treatment. All of those things need to be in a way that comprehensive program. So you kind of get me, what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, and I think this is a plan that we build in chapters too. So one of the things that we've already started to look at, for example, is our corridors. People say time and time again when we have a big announcement, well, why didn't that go into a corridor? Well, sometimes the opportunity to land, the site itself is not there. The other thing we need to understand is, like with corridors, what talent is in the corridors today, and then thinking about the future. And so that's just how we would approach corridors, for example, is one chapter. And so to your point, Mayor, convicted felons, how we handle that from a jobs. all of that needs to come together. But I think in order to do this, we have to build the chapters of the book, kind of, some of them concurrently. I don't want to spend, I would hate for the city to spend 3 years on a plan to come up with it. I think we have to start to build these chapters out. And we've already started to launch into some of them. Like I mentioned on corridors, we've already started some of that work.
Okay, I just, I agree with you. I had Tark and then Renee and then Julie.
I was just going to say, I mean, the devil's in the details and when you get into the planning and execution of this, but the way I like to think of it is, in today's world, there's the jobs we can get, right? And we go after those. And usually, it used to be we'd go after whatever in rough areas, and now we are trying to hone in certain specific categories and areas. I think the difference between that world and this world with a strategic jobs plan is it starts to overlay the chicken or egg problem of the jobs we need versus the jobs we can get.
Right.
It enables us to go after those, but it also then informs a transportation and mobility plan. It informs, a broader infrastructure plan and a CIP plan. And we're not just making those because we know the demand is out there. We're looking and pairing them up and say, if we invest in this here, it's going to enable us to go for those jobs. And we tie strings to some of those jobs with some of the creative pilot work that we've done to say, we'll incentivize you to hire from this pool. And while, I've had personal experiences with the Convicted Felons Challenge with banks over the last couple of years, they are so much closer to being able to address that now than they were 5 and 10 years ago. And I think that's because of the shift in mentality that we have put around that and understanding that we have to have controls in place to make sure that they are still safe from the areas they're concerned about. So I think that, to me, is the crux of what a comprehensive strategy, and it's a playbook. We talked about this in the last committee meeting. It's not a plan where there's steps 1 through 50. It's a whole bunch of plays that are three-dimensionally overlaid into our city, into our corridors, and it helps us inform what plays to call.
Yeah, that's a great way of saying it, Tark. Renee?
On the contrary, that information about formerly incarcerated was also something I asked for last week. And I was able to pull that information up from the DPS website very easily. And I think we as council, when we start to look at, that's a different world or that's the next chapter, it further widens the gap between the have and the have-nots in the city. I think at some point we have to pump the brakes or stop and really take a deep look at those hardest to employ. And this is a great job, it's a great plan, but again, looking at those who aren't counted in those numbers and looking at the ones who have been forgotten. So I think that these numbers are important because in order to solve a problem, you have to know, what the numbers are in those statistics. So we know that there are 55,000 formerly incarcerated folks. I think in the city, we know there's a housing issue. We know that there's jobs issues. Even with the housing and the reentry ordinance and the source of income, that's another thing that we're talking about sending to the Intergovernmental Relations Committee and sending to the state for a decision. I think we as council do have to step back and address some of these issues if we're going to address the hard problems in the city. So that's when you ask about the felonies and the formerly incarcerated, that is information that I think that should be included in the comprehensive job plan because we do want to solve our hardest problems in the city. Thank you.
Julie?
So I have a question about the jobs, and Tarek touched on it a little bit, but I think about cities that have had tremendous wage growth on the high end, like a San Francisco, and what's happened to San Francisco. So, we might not tie directly what kinds of jobs are available right now to crime, although we could, but you sure can do it when there comes a day that your average income in a city is $250,000 and your homeless population's going through the roof. And when you see what's going on in San Francisco, people are leaving because of it. And so before we start, talking about, wow, what happened here, I wonder if we could have, as part of the comprehensive job plan, a metric and a dashboard or whatever, a live data chart that shows us our job growth broken down by income levels. And I think this gets back to the Amazon question. While some of us felt like, wow, that was a huge miss, others thought, thank God, that was a huge miss. You know, and we bring this up a lot. How come we can't make sure that, you know, when this new company comes here, they hire a certain amount of local people or a certain amount at this level? And the conversation isn't, you can't have that conversation while it's happening if you don't have a policy in place. So I don't even know if this can lead to a policy, but having it always on our radar, what's been the job growth in 2020 or 2021 or whatever, and how are we doing on growing jobs at certain levels of income? Because ultimately, those are going to be the people that, if we don't find them jobs, are going to be the ones that have no choice but to live an unproductive life.
So I think really quickly, I just want to add, because I think what we've changed over the past 2 years is that we have started to do that. So now and just in the job recruitment, the business recruitment piece of it, we look at kind of across the board, what are the wages? So you heard me say earlier, like the average wage of the 6,300 jobs that we announced was $81,000. So that gives me a good feeling that we have a pretty good spread in there. Now that's just the jobs we've recruited. We need to go back now and layer the information about the jobs that have grown organically here, and what does that look like as well. But now we're starting to add in the layers as we talk to companies and we look for the right types of companies to recruit. How do we make sure that they are following the same values? How are we working with them to hire locally and things like that and better understand? So we're slowly building this as we're learning and as we're going with it. But I think that, again, that's just on the business recruitment side. So we need to be able to take a more comprehensive look across the board, across our entire community. Are they growing in the right way, to your point, so that we stay ahead of the San Francisco issues?
Thank you.
Okay, so I think you hear the message, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, this reminds me a little bit of our
Sorry, Ed.
one-stop shop, the Charlotte Development Center, when we realized that you couldn't go into one place in the building to get all of your needs addressed. You'd go multiple buildings, things of that nature. So this reminds me because we had identified a problem, and you said go faster, which is great. So we've identified a problem that the 15th largest city in the country doesn't have a jobs plan. So we got to fix that. And this is where we get the input about how to do it. But the realization is that we don't have it, and we got to figure that out.
Okay, so I know that we've got to hear from 4 other committees. So Tracy, you heard the comments.
Great.
Ed, did you want to add one more?
Thank you,
I
Tracy.
just wanted to say quickly, I'm on the board of Goodwill Industries of the Southern Piedmont, and they address a lot of what we're talking about here, education, a wrap of services. They employ people, and so they can establish a track record. I just think we should kind of get close to them, take advantage of the data they have. They're part of a national organization that has the same focus, and it's precisely in the area we're talking about, you know, how to help people who are in the system or how the other barriers to employment get into the mainstream. Thank you.
Okay, who's up next?
Transportation.
Transportation. Julie?
Thank you. So this one will be fairly quick, really, because when it comes to transportation planning and environment, there's, I guess, 2 ways to look at it. One, there are industry best practices called crime prevention through environmental design that informs a lot of what we should be doing in our designs for new development. That could also include lighting. It could include landscaping. Some council members might recall we had a rezoning on I think in your district, Ed, on a storage facility, and we asked CMPD to give us their impressions of how safe that was because residents feared, you know, nefarious activity that could be going on there. So I think more input from CMPD is always helpful when we have a new building that could have neighborhood concerns. I'm not going to read through everything because you have it in your packet, but design standards are very important, as are innovative ideas such as smart lighting, and, other things that we can and should be addressing in the comprehensive plan. The other piece of that needs to be addressed that isn't in this document is that I did call neighborhood leaders, and they'll tell you honestly, it's what's on the ground now. That we've, from an operational standpoint, not a capital investment standpoint, but the other side of the coin is operationally, we need to make sure that sidewalks have been trimmed back, that lighting that's out, I know a lot of it, we keep saying that's not our problem, it's Duke Energy's, but then we got to figure out a way in high crime areas to make sure that we can constantly replace lighting that goes out, gets shot out, and that makes the neighborhood a little bit, scarier to be in because you don't want to walk down the street when it's dark out. But the idea of landscaping and sidewalks is important because if a neighborhood is attractive and you want to walk on those streets, you want to walk on those sidewalks, and the kids want to be able to play safely without falling into the street because the sidewalk is up against a busy street, then that in itself is just a huge security component that, I don't know how we do that, Mr. Manager, operationally, but if there's a way to prioritize what residents are telling us are dangerous areas because of our existing infrastructure design, then if we're really serious about it, we have to talk about how we bump that up in the list to address.
Yeah. I have a question on the safety lighting on our housing proposals when they come in. Do we actually review the lighting plans? I know that we often get the sidewalk plans, but do we look at this from a perspective of safety? So it's just a question that I think, just like we ought to be doing broadband in our affordable housing efforts, I think we ought to be looking at the safety issue of lighting as well. So I don't know how to do that, Mr. Jones, but it's certainly, especially when we're doing the NOAAs and investing, it's like we're investing so much in them. If we're investing $16,000, then what is it, invest 18 to make sure that they're safe? Okay. Anything else for?
Unless Taiwo has anything you want to add?
Victoria?
I've had this conversation with a couple of different people. I just want to put it on the record. I think from a transportation and, planning specifically standpoint, when it relates to violent crime, we've got preliminary data specific to Charlotte, and it's well known in research that density of alcohol outlets and violent crime are very intrinsically related. And so from a planning standpoint, there are some things that other cities have done, like Baltimore with their Transform Baltimore initiative, that I think we need to take a look at. And I know Taiwo's team is doing that right now. But I think that is something specific to violent crime reduction, is we have to understand, if you'll see, and Marie's not in here, but the data analytics team provided me some information that shows very clearly violent crime incidents overlaid with permitting for ABC on-premise and off-premise, and you can see the correlation very easily. And so I think that one is something that we definitely need to prioritize from a tactical standpoint specific to our zoning ordinances. And I don't know if intergovernmental has a separate piece here, but there is obviously some regulation conversation that would need to be had as it relates to ABC permitting that I've also engaged CMPD and Dana and Councilmember Winston on, but I want to make sure that particular piece is captured because it squarely fits here and it is directly related to violence reduction.
Can I just
Yes,
follow?
please,
Is that like just an establishment that has an ABC license? You don't mean an ABC store?
I actually don't mean ABC Spirit Store. I mean an establishment that has ABC license, specifically off-premise license. And there are some nuances with it because there's a bunch of different types of permits. But when you look at the data, you can see which types of establishments specifically. And obviously, there are some control variables associated with neighborhood characteristics and those kinds of things. When we get to neighborhood, when we get to housing and neighborhood, we can talk about some of that. But essentially, there's a very clear correlation between particular types of stores that sell alcohol for off-premise consumption and violent crime.
And I would add to that, that there are places sometimes within the neighborhood where there's still liquor houses, and I understood that that was a big focus when the pandemic first hit, that we were beginning to see more and more of those. And so I know that that's a strategy that ABC and CMPD work on. But again, we have to be willing to acknowledge these are things that happen when you build a huge apartment complex. Somebody's bound to become an entrepreneur. It happens.
And to your point on that, that's the other thing. You hit one of the nails on the head that the Transform Baltimore initiative wanted to target, and it was basically liquor houses. They were in residential areas, but they were operating as businesses. And so as we think about mixed-use development, that is also a crime deterrent, because obviously you've got more people coming through that aren't necessarily coming to patron the liquor store, so they're able to act as guardians. But that is another tool in the planning toolbox that we can use for violence reduction.
Okay, all right, who's next?
And Mayor and members of council, I'm getting some information that the CMS issue, I think Sean is getting some information from Sonia Gant. It may have been resolved, so we'll be able to give you some feedback before we adjourn today.
They talk about supply efforts being real-time. You got real-time comment efforts. Okay. Oh, my gosh. Ideas are flowing. Okay. Ty and Malcolm, are you starting us off on great neighborhoods? Okay, let's go before you get another idea.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I want to thank everyone again, the Great Neighborhoods Committee, Winston, Macari, Isel, and Wellington. Basically, our charge was to, one, the nuisance abatement and the residential impact. What we wanted to do was the broken window syndrome, i.e. of if you're going to make a community safe and secure, part of it is making sure that it's clean and inviting. And so we wanted to do that, study those options without any unintended consequences relating to the residents and residential impact. So we reviewed the code enforcement, housing nuisance abatement ordinance. You see the information right in front of you in your package. I won't read from it verbatimly, but it will talk about two highlights. One was, again, addressing the code enforcement nuisance abatement related to the structure of residential and commercial properties. Also, again, the consequences of enforcement versus non-enforcement. We went through those areas as well. One of the things that we did hone on and was the non-residential building code. Again, we talked a little bit about this morning in reference to those commercial properties that are on our corridors of opportunity that seems to be a hybrid for crime and crime-related activities, being able to provide the type of nuisance abatement necessary to reduce crime. As you know, our ordinance, that particular ordinance, has not been updated in many years. I mean, so that's something that we would like to, again, refer to council within the committee to do additional work to bring back something that's reflective of the times that we're in right now. And so, as you can see on the first referral, is basically looking at all those things that we've had within our tool chest, the enhanced multifamily inspection program, NREMS action, code enforcement processes, emergency relocation program, as well as the non-residential building code, confirming all of the other things that we have done on that particular referral. So again, trying to address the problem of crime by making sure that we have a community that's open and inviting, that is safe and is clean. The second one was referral number 2 was the review of the vision plan. And I see that we have our assistant city manager with us today. So I will kind of, Ty is going to help us walk through that. I think that's what we're going to do. But basically, this is the second referral, the review of the vision plans for the corridor of opportunities. Basically, I call it being very intentional in terms of the planning and using the playbook model as a means to moving this initiative forward. And I will pause and allow Ty to kind of walk through the second referral.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Graham. So on the vision plans for opportunity corridors, and one of the things that we quickly discovered, obviously, which wasn't a shock, is that we don't have vision plans for these corridors that are current. Some of these vision plans, classic example is the West Boulevard one, which was 1999, was the last time it was done. And a number of recommendations from the 1999 plans were not even implemented. And so we had to go into a playbook format. While a playbook, really, the whole idea is the community engages, and not like you have a playbook, right, a coloring book, and try to really shape what their corridor will look like. That was really not necessary if we had a plan in place. So what we did with the West Side Playbook, West Boulevard Playbook, was to transfer some of those recommendations that had been outstanding since 1999 but was still relevant today, took another look at them in the playbook, refined them to be able to reflect what today's trends look like. Another alternative where you have vision plans that are non-existent or old is the design sprint. In the case of I-85 and West Sugar Creek, that's the approach because there's not even any plan for that corridor or for that area. And so again, a design sprint is a great idea. It's a way to engage the community. But where you have a community plan or a corridor plan, you do not need to necessarily go into all of those things because then they really are more tactical than strategic. When you're strategic, your plan focuses. But when you're tactical, it means you've got to implement those things within a quick space in time. And these corridors also, they evolve quickly over time so that whether there are people who have been living there for a long time or new people moving in there, there's implication on gentrification and potential displacement. And how we make sure that we address those are very important. So one of the things that came out of Great Neighborhood Committee was talking about the support of playbooks and design sprints and updated plans as regarding the corridor, to guide corridor investments. Otherwise, what you end up doing is choosing winners and losers if you don't have a plan that has the lens of the community on it. Again, we're working on the comprehensive plan right now, but after the plan is adopted, the goal is to graduate to the community plan level, which is really more granular, and we'll be able to address some of these corridors as we go forward. Yeah, thank you. Unless there are questions, I can also speak to this during a small group session.
Victoria?
I just want to say it's kind of baked into this playbook idea, but I think it's worth lifting up specifically is this idea of getting community engagement. You've got to have the community leaders organized in a way that will enable it. And so again, as we think back to violence reduction, we understand, and Mr. Manager, I'd love for you to speak a little bit about some of the stuff you talked about from your previous assignment in Virginia, how really strengthening those neighborhood leaders and investing specifically in organizing those associations can help violence reduction. So I don't know if you've got a little bit to speak on that, but I know it's baked in here, but I think it should be explicitly stated and something that we specifically go out and do. I'll give an example of the Springfield community in District 3 right now. We are currently working on helping them get organized because that's one of the things that they are seeing in their neighborhood is a good bit of crime. And one of the things, obviously, that we just to even be able to access grants, to go to neighborhood board retreats, those kinds of things, they've got to have some level of organization. And so I think that that is a key enabler to this work.
Yeah. And so I do agree, the concept of neighbors building neighborhoods. In other words, there's been many times when we've gone into a community and we've asked, well, what's the neighborhood association? And sometimes a neighborhood association is something that's very loose and not necessarily something that has training and capabilities that we believe that we can do. So as we start to think about these corridors of opportunity, are there some opportunities for us to help engage residents so that they can also have their own, whether you want to call it a civic league or their own neighborhood group, where it's some place that we can go to share information?
Okay.
One other thing, Madam Mayor. One is, again, we talked about the commercial ordinance, and that's something that we're really going to push hard on after we get a wink and a nod from the council to continue to do work. But also just wanted to bring up that we got an email earlier from one of our colleagues, Mr. Winston, regarding the source of income. So I just want to take 2 seconds, if I can, just to make sure that everyone's on the same page. And if Ms. Whiteman can come out here and help me out, make sure I don't trip over myself with this, that issue is still in the committee. We have not taken any action on it as of yet, other than doing our due diligence internally, seeking advice and counsel from the attorney's office in terms of what we can do by way of a local ordinance or not, as well as we have not really fully begun discussing that as an agenda item. It is our intention to do so, but we're doing some internal homework as a committee. Once the committee makes a recommendation, that recommendation would then go to the full council, and then the council will decide whether or not it's referred to the Intergovernmental Relations Committee. So I just wanted to make sure that I am right on those steps, Ms. Whiteman, so we can make sure that everyone, including the public, is aware of where we are.
Mr. Graham, for the most part, you did get that right, sir. I would just remind us that we did have some discussion around that when you discussed your items that came out of the task force for consideration for your upcoming legislative agenda.
Yes.
But still in committee to talk about.
Yes, and then once the committee makes a recommendation, and I don't want to speak for the committee, but in talking to members, I think folks want to do something, whatever that something is, then the council will then make an additional referral to the Intergovernmental Relations Committee to place on our legislative agenda. So I just want to make sure that the public knows, one, that we are doing our due diligence internally in terms of asking the appropriate questions from our legal counsel. It will be a discussion at our committee meeting, and then the committee will make a decision in terms of how they want to deal with the issue.
Is this follow-up to Mr.? Yes, please, Renee. Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Graham. I just wanted to clarify, because I watched the meeting, and I know it was on the task force, and then it went to committee. So it appeared that the committee voted, that the Housing Committee voted to send the source of income and the reentry ordinance to the Intergovernmental Committee. Is that what happened? Or can you clarify?
As a committee, there's not a serial referral, so we can't send something from our committee to another committee. It would be the full council would have to do it. I think it is the desire of our committee for that to happen once it gets out of our committee, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's being referred to full council, right? Okay.
Once our committee takes an action on them.
Okay, and that's the source of income and the reentry ordinance, just for clarification?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Victoria?
Do we know what the timing is on that? I know that there are some deadlines when it comes to the legislative agenda for next year that we got to be thinking about. I just want to make sure that's top of mind.
Duly noted.
We'll hit that when we have Dana walk up.
Yeah. Duly noted, Councilman Wellington.
So before we leave great neighborhoods and this discussion around the safe community, I wanted to ask either Pam or Patrick or whomever knows this. I've been told that when you have a multifamily apartment complex, felons are not allowed to rent. And that, I had a conversation, I don't remember who, I think Ed was in the room when we were talking with the Charlotte Apartment Owners Association. Is that law or practice? Does anybody know? Well, let me ask the question. Can someone find out for me whether or not it's law or practice?
I've not heard of that, but I will find out for sure.
Find out if it's law or practice. And then again, I want to say this because we're working on our corridors, and the lack of felony housing ability means that when I go down Beatties Ford Road, I see single-family homes that have been converted into one-room boarding slots with a communal bathroom and a kitchen, and it's where people, it's an impact. If we can't have felons live in an area that's not concentrated, they become concentrated in our corridors. And I would like for us to figure something out. I don't know anything about it. Have no expertise in this area except what I've heard and what I drive by often in our corridors. And I think that hinders our ability to do the things that we're talking about in our opportunity corridors if we're going to concentrate felony residences along a corridor. So I just like to, I don't know whether that's the reentry, the new CEO group, or if it's the county, but I'd like to get some information about how other communities deal with, as I said, there are 5-figure people with felonies in this community, and if they're all going to live on Beatties Ford or West Boulevard, it's just not right. We've got to figure this out. So that's my question for Great Neighborhoods. I may get information that you may not want to even have in committee, but I think we've got to touch it. Renee? Yes.
So that's kind of my passion. I started a transition.
You have a lot of passion about a lot of things, Renee.
It's just it is definitely practice, right? I don't know that there's a law that says if it's a multifamily and you have a felony, you can't live in there. I don't know that it would be that black and white, but it's definitely a practice. And the Reentry Housing Alliance has presented some great recommendations to the task force committee, and they're sitting in the housing committee right now. And one of the suggestions would be that if an organization or developer takes money from the city through a TIG or through tax credit or anything, that they would not be allowed to discriminate. So there's some great language on the table that we can, as a council, take a look at.
I think that's fair, but I think it's even worse. I don't think that they can do it with Section 8. So here we are in a situation where most of our housing rent subsidies are through a federal fund, and they don't allow felons to use Section 8 vouchers. So when we're talking about this is a big deal, and I just feel like somewhere, I don't know if it's the reentry right now, but it needs to be figured out. And I say this, and especially since the new laws have changed, and many of the people that got arrested for cocaine in 1970 are coming home, and they're 60 years old, and where are they going to live? And where are they going to work? So those are things that the federal government isn't doing, much less us trying to solve it, because that is the biggest way, or the best way to get a house, which is to have a federal voucher. I'm not sure what they're called anymore. But if the federal government doesn't allow it for felons, who's going to be there? Dimple?
Yes, so I served on the Housing Authority Board before I started serving on council, where Section 8 vouchers, if you have a record, you're not able to get Section 8 voucher. Well, the bigger issue we have is that there is a long waiting period for even getting Section 8 voucher. I remember, after a couple of years, they had opened it up, and there were only 200 new families were able to get the vouchers. I mean, the wait line is, 30,000 families that are waiting for getting a voucher? So I don't know if we were to, what would that wait line be if there was a certainly larger pool of folks? So I think that HUD has to address the bigger issue of how do they get more vouchers out there, so.
Well, I could tell you about Build Back Better or Better Back Bill, about that, because they are talking about more vouchers in some respects, but right now, I really feel like our corridors are hurting because we are concentrating, like poverty, we're concentrating people that have been incarcerated, and I'm going to stop. So, Julie.
Quick question. Have we looked at in the past or as part of this master leases and scattered site housing for folks that have these high barriers to getting housing? So master leases where an organization would take the risk, I guess, of housing someone.
So Mayor Pro Tem, we have not looked extensively at master leases per se in terms of how we deal with Section 8 or how do we get more housing choice vouchers accepted. I think this is a conversation, though, obviously we need to continue to have. And so there's two things that I would just remind us of. And again, we have to go further. There's a great need out there. For when you all do housing trust fund allocations, right, whether that be new construction or NOAA, those landlords do accept housing choice vouchers, right? We just know that those units are leased up at the grand opening for most of the time. So those developers, whether it be NOAA or whether it be new construction, they do accept housing choice vouchers. We talked also in committee about this notion of reentry, right? I think it was in 2016, HUD did pass some legislation around reentry housing. And so basically what that legislation says, and I'm not an expert on it, basically what that legislation, should I be hitting something?
I think they're telling us it's time up and we need to move on.
So basically what that legislation does is two things, right? It says is that you can, a property owner or property management company can't just stop at, if I've had a prior criminal issue, right, on my record, if they have to look at my credit, right? If I meet the credit screen, they can't just stop there because I had a criminal issue. Now, I will admit I don't fully know what all the classification of all of those issues are. They're probably more so just around misdemeanors, and I need to get smarter at that. But they have to look at kind of what the issue is and over what period of time that occurred. So more conversation to come on that, but I did want to just acknowledge that there was some recent legislation in 2016 and that your developers accepting your trust fund, that they do accept housing choice vouchers. The thinking around privates, how do we incent the private sector, and I emphasize incentives, I think that's where we have to work on, is what might we do as a city to incent the private sector to accept more housing choice vouchers, and I don't have an answer for you today on that, but that's a work that we have to do over the next several weeks and months.
Yeah, one of the things, Madam Mayor and Council, that, I've challenged Ms. Whiteman to do is what are the best practices throughout the country, and to some of the questions that's been asked today, and even when I call some of my colleagues, our colleagues around the country, Dallas, Atlanta, the DC area, they always refer me back to Charlotte. And so we're really kind of answering these questions ourselves for the country. And so I just want to acknowledge the work that that's coming out of housing and neighborhood development. And these are some tough questions that you're asking. And I'll say, I wish we were really getting a lot more support from HUD in answering some of these questions.
One more.
You could like to be secretary next, maybe?
No, ma'am, I love Charlotte.
I heard you might be looking for someone, right?
Council, one more thing that I probably am remiss if I don't share with you, to Mr. Graham's point, we did two things. We talked to our colleagues around the state to see what they were doing about this issue, and they were not tackling it at this point from a legislative perspective because they didn't want to jeopardize some of the other things that they have going on around
housing from a legislative perspective, and I understand their perspective on that. Also, our colleagues in Atlanta, some of you all have read that they do have a housing choice ordinance, if you will. But when I talk to my counterpart in Atlanta, she literally puts her hand in her head and she says they have that, but they cannot enforce it, and they're trying to wrestle with that as well. So I just wanted to share that with you all.
I've heard a lot of ordinances can get passed without enforcing.
So,
Dimple?
yeah, so I wanted to add to Julie's point, there are master leases that various nonprofits actually does. I know I was at Roundtable a couple of years ago where several housing providers had raised an issue. So where there was a master lease concept that was actually was used as a solution where if there are, housing providers were very concerned about damages that were done to the property, where if it's a master lease agreement, nonprofits were actually taking that risk and liability, so that was addressing it. But I do agree, Pam, where we have to incentivize that behavior. I think even with Section 8 voucher, the challenge becomes where there is a very stringent inspection requirement, which many housing providers will tell you. When there was a roundtable a couple of years ago that I had attended, where it's just so stringent that a lot of housing providers do not want to go through that process, right? And that's part of the problem. So there are a lot of there's just a lot of challenges that we can address. We're incentivizing certain behavior, like Julie said, with master lease agreement, or also address some of this inspection, where Section 8 is really hurt, so we can't really address that, but at least we can address some of the challenges that are being raised by various nonprofits, whether it's shelter, whether it's urban ministry, and so many other nonprofits that are doing the work. So we are looking at it from both sides, demand and supply, and how do we really breach that gap.
All right, Ed gets the last word on this one. We've got one other committee, and then we'll get ready for Mr. Eggleston.
All right, this is a longer discussion. I just want to point out that we should not approach it with the attitude that landlords need to be coerced to change their behavior. Their choices are business decisions. They are not, they don't have a hostile attitude, but they will tell you stories about crime, about property damage, about evictions and the burden of an eviction process. So I think, as I believe Ms. Weidman alluded, if we want to promote this, we have to work with them to find ways to indemnify them against some of those risks and induce them to be more welcoming. But I think to just sort of try to impose a requirement on them is unfair.
Right, and I think we were in the meeting when we talked about this, and so thank you, Pam.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to go, who's left? Intergovernmental, Mr. Bakari.
Thank you. So there's really not much content at this point in our process to relay. Dana, in a second, will just tell you some important dates. All I'll say is that we are compiling a list of potential legislative agenda items that span aviation, digital divide, governance, housing, mobility, public safety, unemployment, the list goes on, that have come from a mixture of committees. They've come from a mixture of individual council members and staff members and the community at large as we've been seeing this. And this is the kind of initial list that will get a little bit bigger, and then we'll go into our meetings to then figure out what we bring back to broader council as a recommendation. I would mention also that my colleague who isn't with us right now, Braxton, said just two items that are on his radar. One you've already heard, source of income discrimination from Councilman Graham. Another one is just the correlation of CJAG with the chief and the manager in our overall strategy as a body here and what they do. So I'll mention those for him. And the only thing I'd mention, just from a procedural standpoint, is that, and Councilman Graham, this goes back to something you said a second ago, is that while we don't have any problem with full council being sent a recommendation from committee and then that being weighed in on and sent back to intergovernmental, it's really what we've been tasked with in intergovernmental is to compile the list of intergovernmental and legislative agenda items. So while we gather that from various places, it's a process that is most important in that we don't try to duplicate the work of all of your committees. We try to stack all those things together side by side and see strategically what makes the most sense to combine, to put in a parking lot, to do various things for, with the ultimate measure of looking at it in its entirety and seeing how much can we accomplish and what does one thing do to another. So I only mention that in that it doesn't bother us at all, especially if it's a big ticket item, for council to get that, weigh it, and then send it there. I just don't want to give anyone the impression that that means that that committee is now hamstrung and must put it on there. We have to go through our process that then brings it back, and then the broader council, of course, can decide to overrule that. But the point is, as part of that process, I don't want to waste extra time unless there's some valuable conversation that everyone feels needs to be happening there, if that makes sense. Dana?
Thank you, Mr. Bakari. For the record, I'm Dana Fenton, the city's Intergovernmental Relations Manager. Pleased to be here with you today. Just want to go back and take a 30,000-foot view of what's going on with the Intergovernmental Relations Committee. We're going to be entering the 2021 General Assembly in the next U.S. Congress. We've got an election coming up. It's the long session in Raleigh. It'll be the long session in Washington, D.C., too. And in preparation for that, the committee started meeting last month on September 16th, where they heard approximately a dozen different legislative, state, and federal requests from committees and from staff. And the committee will meet again next Wednesday, October 14th, to hear the second batch of state and federal legislative requests. I think overall, we're probably up to about 30 different requests, both state and cumulative state and federal. And what we've been doing is watching the committees. We've been, of course, collecting things from staff and so forth. And you've been very, very active this year in the legislative arena. I'm going to give you all a lot of credit for that. But on the 14th, you'll hear the second batch. Some of you haven't presented yet. You'll be receiving calls from me this week on that. And then and 2 weeks from today, on October 19th, the committee is going to meet to propose state and federal legislative agendas to present to the City Council. And those agendas will be presented in November. There are 3 dates to keep in mind. Monday, November 2nd, strategy session, Monday, November 9th, action review, and Monday, November 23rd, council adoption. We're aiming for trying to meet with the state delegation in early December on the agenda, on the state agenda, and then, of course, with the congressional delegation in March, while the NLC conference in D.C. is occurring. Probably both of those meetings, I would think at this point, will be virtual, but we'll have to see what happens then. If I could also just address briefly, Mayor, the 3 council referrals to the committee. Let me share with you where they are. This coming Wednesday, Mr. Baker, your city attorney, will be presenting on the nuisance abatement. And that was an issue that a lot of you have brought up. You've heard things that maybe the nuisance abatement process takes too long, and you all want to take a look at that. Mr. Baker is going to be talking about that and things that he did in Durham during his tenure there to help that process along. Is basically a strategic partnership between their police department and the city attorney's office to get those cases moving faster and to bring about a better outcome. The second issue was to recommend a legislative strategy to get subpoena power for the Citizens Review Board. We'll be taking that up on October 19th when the proposed agendas are made by the committee. And just a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Eggleston did present the case for subpoena power to the committee. And the final one has to do with the Criminal Justice Advisory Group. We tentatively plan to bring that up in December at the December 21 meeting. I wanted to wait until after the legislative agendas were presented to council, especially I didn't want to take up the November meeting for that because we may need to take up some questions from council about the agendas at the November meeting. So, Madam Mayor, that's where everything stands right now, and be glad to take any questions if there are any.
Questions? Renee?
Thank you. We discussed House Bill 880. There's a change to the eviction process. Can you tell me if the intergovernmental committee had a chance to talk about that, or what happened with that?
Yeah, this coming Wednesday, the 14th, a couple issues from the Great Neighborhoods Committee still have to be referred to the Intergovernmental Relations Committee. Have to do with the eviction relief, post-relief judgments, and also the reentry issue. There were two sections in that bill that dealt with those issues. That bill was filed last year in the General Assembly. It passed the House of Representatives, but immediately got bogged down in the Senate, where those provisions were removed along with some other provisions that had been requested by a group of shelter industry advocacy organizations, the Apartment Association of North Carolina and the Realtors Association of North Carolina. And ultimately, the bill didn't pass. It just it sat in the Senate. This year, especially, I think maybe because of COVID-19 and the focus of the General Assembly on COVID relief might have helped it not be considered.
It might have helped it not be considered?
Yeah, I think with the focus they had on COVID relief this year, it took a lot of things off the table to discuss.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay. Victoria?
Two things. Firstly, and I know that I'll be speaking about this at the next intergovernmental committee, but I wanted to lift up, since I think the focus of this discussion is violence reduction and how intergovernmental relates to that. Like I mentioned before, ABC stores with ABC permits, I'll say it that way. Larkin's giving me the nod, but anyway, there is a place for increased or improved regulation for stores with ABC permits for off-premise consumption. In conversations that some of us have had with ALE, the ABC Commission, and the ABC Board, what we found is that there really is no ongoing management or regulation process once you receive your permit, unless the local law enforcement agency sends some information to the state to say there's a problem. No news is good news, and we all understand that that's not necessarily the case. And Chief, definitely jump in if I've misspoken on anything. But I want to make sure that as we're talking about violence reduction, this is another piece that can be a key enabler for us to wrap our arms around what's going on at some of these stores. So more to come on that one in our next intergovernmental meeting, but I wanted to make sure that that was lifted up. And then finally, even though I see we're not talking about the CJAG until December 21st, I did want to just confirm that we are participating in it currently?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Who's going?
The police chief and the city manager.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I think, Mr. Jones, what? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Larkin is going to take us.
Do you want to take 5 before we get into it?
Do we want to take 5 of 5? Can we actually take 5? How about we take 4? Maybe that'll be 7.
God damn.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, anything that we would propose as a policy change would be simply put on the agenda for the 12th for a public forum and put on the agenda for the 26th for a vote.
if we're ready. So I don't know, yeah, that's assuming.
Yeah, but are we
That assumes the
taking
form
action to that?
works.
If by action you mean potentially proposing something to be spoken about at a public forum,
Yes.
yeah. But not action like we did with the Salvation Army thing.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Different people have different definitions of action.
Yes, yes. What commercial?
We're supposed to do it after Thanksgiving.
Oh, nobody asked me.
No, you and I supposed to do it together.
Oh, no, I didn't do it. Your mask is upside down.
That's what, my mask upside down again.
Oh, my God, someone thinks that.
That's what you're gonna think I've been doing.
I think we're ready. I just want to remind people, we do have a closed session. We have 3 items, and they're pretty long and significant. Okay? Okay. There's pizza coming?
Or gourmet.
Listen, Ed and Matt. I may have to get a Coke after all.
You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, I just heard what you said.
Okay, we're ready.
All right, well, we've got most folks back. And I gave sort of my summary overview there towards the beginning, so I won't reiterate all of that because we do still have a lot left in front of us, but I do want to, sorry, is the mic working now? Yes. I gave my kind of summary overview there at the beginning of this segment of the meeting, but not going to repeat that, but am going to go back to, I mentioned all of the changes that this conversation and this work has yielded already. And if you're on page 71, I'll mention those again. Since this work began this specific work began in June, the changes that have come from these conversations in this committee and in the community, including the community input group, there have been changes in the policy language of CMPD to address duty to intervene. We have gone from, on June 1st, being in alignment with 3 of the 8 Can't Wait initiatives to all 8, and that is not CMPD's assessment that we are in alignment with all 8, but it is actually Campaign Zero who put forward the 8 Can't Wait campaign, the national organization, saying we are now in alignment with all 8 policies. The full rollout of the signal sidearm monitors that ensure anytime an officer draws their weapon that their body camera automatically activates. New CEU uniforms that allow for the mounting of body-worn cameras. We've had issues in the past with certain turnout gear for our officers not allowing for the use of body-worn cameras. That is no longer an issue. Policy changes to eliminate any use of no-knock warrants and to cease the use of CS agents, which we have been commonly referring to as tear gas. So those changes have already been made. And again, I think a lot of our discussion, and I'm gonna throw it to the manager here for his presentation, now focuses on analyzation of the calls that CMPD is receiving and responding to, and which ones they are the best fit for, which ones others might be the best fit for, as well as, it seems like a million years ago, but pre-COVID, we were really starting to get some traction on the discussion around violent crime and violence as a public health crisis. and everything we're doing around addressing how do we interrupt violence in our community, I think is going to, once again, come to the forefront with a lot of the discussions we've been having around police policy and police accountability. So with that, Mr. Jones.
So thank you, Mayor, members of council, Mr. Chair. What I will attempt to do is just go pretty quickly through a series of slides that I believe captures the discussions over the last 4 months. I believe it was Council Member Mitchell that reminded me last week that I think on a Friday, we got together and tried to make sure that we could talk through how we could have success. So beginning with the end in mind, one of the things that we'd like to walk away from today with is your recommendations as it relates to what we call Safe Charlotte, so safety and accountability for everyone. And so one of the things that's important is that we'll discuss this next Monday at the full council. We'll discuss it the next day at the committee meeting, and then 2 weeks later, there's an opportunity for the public, for you to present this to the public and the public to discuss it before you vote on whatever this framework or the strategy would be. And we were intentional today to start with the other committees because that's really where we started from the beginning. So if we go back in time, we said at the core of our work is people and safety. And if you see each one of the neighborhoods, each one of the committees and their charges, you will see how this all works within the framework of our discussion today, culminating with safe communities that make neighborhoods safe, healthy, and inclusive, including policing, fire protection, and the environment. So what did we do? We had a discussion about reimagining policing. We had a discussion about the events of June 2nd. We had a discussion about how we as a city could be more comprehensive in this area of safe communities. So it's violent prevention and reduction strategies, policy changes, and potential budget adjustments. All in approach. This is what we've been doing the last couple of hours. And as I talked about this, referrals, these were only the referrals that were related to public safety or Safe Charlotte. There's so much more work that's being done in the various committees, but this just shows where we are at this point. I use this timeline. I think it was the second committee meeting that we had with the Safe Communities Committee, and we wanted to make sure that everybody was on the same page in terms of what we're attempting to do. So there was the council committee direction to inform a plan. You may recall there was, I call it the 8 can't wait direction that we received from the council, as well as the council member Winston directive, as well as the council member Graham directive. And we put those all together and said, here's the plan. So initially we said this is how we would tackle this in July, which included a council update as well as a review of police community engagement and youth programs. I was somewhat surprised at that meeting because we actually had a program that had the outcomes that councils decided to allocate another $17,000 towards. So in other words, we started to get this momentum around those things that are working. Let's fund them. Those things that may not be working, maybe it's time to rethink it. In August, we were reviewing the role of police and recruitment and training, rules of conduct, the CRB, CSB, 8 can't wait. We actually moved some things up from September to August. I call this the council member Watlington very, I don't even know if it's the right word. It was not an aggressive plan, but we were going to get everything done in, it was aggressive plan. We were going to, assertive plan. Okay, that we were going to get everything done in 12 weeks. And, you know, I will tell you the team, we really scratched our heads about whether we could do it, but we're always up to a challenge. And you saw a lot of that good work today. The good news is that not only were we able to get the timeline, even some issues that were potentially going to fall outside the September timeframe, We pulled them back into the September timeframe. We're able to address each topic. One of the things that's important is I'm going to do this at the beginning, and I'm also going to do it at the end, and I'm going to try to get Julia back. And so one of the most important things is the framework to address violence. That is the core of what we've been doing since last summer. So we have this collaboration with the city and the county and our partners. The DA is involved, the sheriff is involved, and we have been looking at this violence as a public health crisis. And so as we looked at intergovernmental collaboration, community collaboration in our priority areas, this, how we can interrupt violence and invest in community-led efforts as well as use data, we've always used that as the foundation because we want to be able to look back and see that we did some things that have actually moved the needle. What I think is very different than some other cities across the country that are trying to tackle this problem is the way we utilize the community input group. And I start off by saying, begin with the end in mind. One of the reasons I'm going back in time is for those individuals who have not been a part of the last 3 months. It's important to know that council just didn't come together today and said, well, let's throw some things against the wall. It's because of the input that we've gotten from the community as well as the council committees, and we have some recommended changes. Now, I wish we had 25 pages for this because I think this is the core of why we're here today, and I think at a point where we could have a successful, should have a successful meeting is because the way that the community was able to lean into this. Federico Arias and his hard work and all of the community input group work has allowed us to really have a lens that is a part of what we do. The last chapter in your book is every recommendation from the community input group. So while some of those won't be a part of what I'm presenting to you today, there's nothing that we changed the word or we revised. It is that last section are all of the recommendations from the group. We think that at a high level, we have captured those ones that we believe can lead us to some successful outcomes.
Can I just say, I read all of those comments, and it really did influence things that I thought were just easy to do, ought to be done. The community input group deserves a lot of credit for bringing reality to what we often think of might be policy that might work. So I want to commend the group for the work that they've done. And I really appreciated the depth that they went to in the work, in their report outs. And they were very thoughtful. I know it was a little bit scary sometimes. We thought at the beginning, well, what in the world is going to happen? But it was very informative and not only that, influential. So thank you.
I totally agree, Mayor. And they made us think in different ways, which I believe is going to help us have a wonderful product. Councilmember Eggleston started off with 8 Can't Wait, and I think some cities across the country would call that success just to be able to address the 8 Can't Wait initiatives. It's interesting, and you know, we can have hindsight now, whether we achieved 2 of the 8 or 3 of the 8 or 7 of the 8. The reality was those who decide whether or not you achieve them basically gave us credit for maybe 3 of them, okay? So over the course of this process, we were able to be in compliance with all 8, which I think the chief mentioned that, you know, out of all the top 100 cities in the country, we're in rare air with having them certified that we have achieved all of the 8 Can't Wait initiatives. And so in order to do that, some policy changes needed to occur. And if I didn't say it at the beginning, I have to apologize. It's just great working with Chief Jennings. The way that he's approached this, the way that his team has approached it, the way that he's been open to feedback, all types of feedback, I think has allowed us to be in the place that we are in today. So with that feedback, we were able to achieve the 5 that we did not have, and now we're all the way there. As the chair mentioned earlier, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about the collaborative changes that have already occurred. So whether they're 2 or 3 or 4 recommendations from today, the 8 can't wait, and everything that's happened up to this point is such a monumental shift in where we were back in early June, late May. So I won't, rehash what the committee chair has already said, but if you just start to just look at that board, it just shows how much has happened, and much of it was because CMPD and the chief said this is the right thing to do. Okay, so now additional recommendations for consideration. So much like the $15.5 million we talked about beforehand, I was charged with bringing something back today that would allow council to begin their discussions. I do believe this captures, again, some of the more critical recommendations that have been provided, not only from the community input group, but also from council members and members of the team. Yes.
Just real quick, I know that we started out a while ago with kind of a one-pager. I know that Councilmember Eggleston had brought it up months ago as like a Bill of Rights, if you will, for protesters. I'm just wondering if we can get these changes in some kind of way, like a one-pager that we can share.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, yes. So after today, Jason Snyder and his team are going to start working on a document that will be world-class in terms of capturing what has occurred so that it could be something that the mayor said last time. It's easy to talk about something, but there's a discipline to putting something to writing so that it goes past time. So that's what we'll do once we get feedback from you today. And we will expand on all of those, yes. So additional recommendations for consideration. So this one has 2 pieces, and I really want to thank the hard work from the Budget and Effectiveness Committee, the chair, Mr. Driggs, and all the folks in the budget office. It's interesting, Patrick, you stole one of Ryan's budget people today, and he wanted me to make sure that he got credit for her as opposed to the legal team. But just a lot of hard work, a lot of data that allowed us to come up with this recommendation, which is not an easy one, but we think it's the right thing to do. So with that said, we believe that looking at calls for service, there are some calls that maybe a sworn officer should not take. And we believe that that is something that not only data came from the Budget and Effectiveness Committee, but also from our community input group, and also from the chief, and also from the council. So if we couldn't align on this one, something would have been wrong. But we want to do this in a couple of ways. So the recommendation is to expand the crisis response team. We do have success with that. This is a chief recommendation we fully support to deal with some of the higher risk mental health calls. So something that's already we have some traction. Let's double down and go into that area a bit more. But then those lower risk mental health, homeless welfare checks, can we pair a clinician and a social worker with maybe an EMT trained civilian to address those calls? And we didn't want too much specificity here, but you could even say, are there retired firefighters that could do this? Are these individuals that are from emergency services that could be a part of this team? We want to be able to do this in such a way that allows for success. So the recommendation is to expand, again, the crisis response team plus develop a non-sworn officer responder model for mental health and homeless calls. The next recommendation kind of goes in the same way, and that is dealing with some of those priority 5 calls. So focus officer work on the core roles, and there appears to be an opportunity to develop avenues for civilian technicians to respond to low-risk calls, those priority 5 calls. And these are just examples. This doesn't mean that this is the universe. And that's why we want to make sure in this recommendation that CMPD with some outside assessor develop this comprehensive recommendation to convert these low-risk sworn duties to non-uniform units. And I think there's a question.
Well, I had a comment. Go ahead. Victoria, yes.
I just want to make sure I understand it or I'm thinking about it right. I think you got illegal parking here. The people that are parking ticket enforcement, say down here in Uptown, is that the kind of thing that we're talking about here, where they still can, write a ticket or that kind of thing, but I'm assuming they're not sworn officers, correct?
Right, that they're not. And this is one of the things when you start to make lists, I would ask that we don't pick apart this other than look at those priority 5 calls. And that's why I'm in this recommendation having somebody else help us decide which ones that would be right for this. If the chief had written me a memo on Thursday, he would have had one recommendation, but because he wrote me a memo on Friday, the recommendation is a little bit different. And the more we learn, there could be implications as it relates to could we even do it without approval from Raleigh. Is that correct, Chief?
That's correct. Some of the recommendations are simply that would require legislation and other things that we can't just decide within our own circle to say that we're going to stop doing them. There are some things that take a lot of steps to get to that point.
Victoria, you done?
No,
Larkin?
just one thing to add to the conversation about what those calls might be. I mentioned this, I don't know if it was at the last Safe Communities Committee meeting or amongst the entire council, but the Mayor Pro Tem and I were on a call 2-3 weeks ago, and was it Columbus, Ohio, that had sent out something, and I think there's an opportunity to engage the community in sort of just a survey, an online survey opportunity as well, and this could be done quickly, but they had sent out a whole list of things that the police are asked to respond to, and they had gotten feedback from their community. I think there were 5 or 6 that really rose to the top, that there was a overwhelming consensus among the public that certain activities were ones that they would be comfortable with being handled by someone who was not a sworn officer. So I think it's an analysis for us to do internally, but I think it's one we can do with the community so that the community understands the changes that we're implementing and is in a way signing off on them and saying, yeah, that does make sense that that graffiti would not be a call that a sworn officer might need to respond to, at least not the initial response. So.
All right, Julie?
To add to that, I was on a call this past Friday with the police chief from Eugene, Oregon, and the head of the mental health component of their CAHOOTS program. And, in your conversations in your committee, you've talked about modeling this after CAHOOTS a little bit, to some extent. And one of the things that they said was so important in the other cities that have put programs in place like this is the importance of, especially in the mental health component, of not having officers show up with guns and with police uniforms on because of the trauma that can trigger. And so the visibility part of it is so important. They have CAHOOTS vans, and just the van itself, when it enters a community, now they've had this program in place, I think, 30 years. People know that van. They know they're there for mental health assistance. And so just that's a really important part of separating those two without, any particular implication.
So the other comment that I wanted to make was on the focusing on the core roles, that, certain parts of our community, as we do this work, they may very seldom call the police, but they might call that one time for that noise complaint or that party next door or any one of these things. And I think that it's two things. If we're going in this direction, the education of the community for violence as an overall condition, we need to actually work really hard on saying we need to solve another pandemic in our community, and we're going to work and put our priorities there. But I want to just also say we have to respond to these, and I don't know how we get that done or who does it, but Chief, I know that noise calls and graffiti and illegal parking may be the only time someone has contact with an officer. And that interaction needs to be positive as well. And so I just trust that this is going to be considered.
Yes, and we've had that discussion about things that don't necessarily mean that we won't be out there or be able to assist, but particularly like you look at CPCRT, that's not just responding to the call for service. That's long-term dealing with the issue so that we don't have those calls for service. So when we start talking about things that we can stop doing, it means that there'll be a group or an entity that can handle it long-term so that we don't have the same issues recurring. So they would have the time to do that, because if you look at it, an officer responds for a call for service, they're done with the call for service. They may not ever be the officer that goes back there. It may be another officer. So that's part of the thought process in this too.
So I'm looking forward to the public education that says we've got a pandemic, we've got a crisis, we need to do something, but also balancing that with what people that very seldom are going to call you, but when they call, they need you.
And then the next recommendation is an external analysis of contacts and calls. One of the things that we talked about, we used the word audit, and I believe the last time we had a conversation at the committee meeting, I said, I'm fine with an examination, and we're not really talking about an audit of the books or how many bullets there are or how many vehicles there are, but this concept of being able to have a examination of police civilian contacts, police calls and responses makes a lot of sense. I think it helps us, and some other cities have done things like that. But I just wanted to make sure that I put in this package today this concept of this external analysis. One thing I will say is I have spent some time with Jake, who was recommended by Robert Dawkins that I give him a call. And Jake was very impressed with the data that we already have. Same thing with Cure Violence. They're very impressed with the data that we already have and how we can slice and dice that data. But there are some opportunities, I believe, for an external examination of some of our, police civilian contacts and police calls and responses. Again, I don't use this as a exhaustive list, but just some examples that are out there. Then I wanted to make sure that Ms. Watlington is very clear that she looks at this as something that's separate, and I believe we talked about this at the last committee meeting. An evaluation of the youth programs. There are 34 programs, and one of the questions, we've given you data on it, one of the questions is whether or not the programs and the outcomes that we have can be validated. So we started off from the beginning. I think the mayor will remember this last July when we were working with GovX at Johns Hopkins University. One of the things is to make sure that you have evidence-based programs, or at least evidence-induced programs. So the concept here is how can we partner with a university or independent organization to evaluate these youth programs on an annual basis to make sure that we're getting the outcomes that we would desire as a city. Next one, training, recruitment, and residency. We've been emphasizing officer training for a long time, and the council has approved funding in the budget to do this. One of the things I've talked to the chief about this, we've talked about CIT training, let's not worry, nothing's going to surprise the chief in what I'm saying today. We've talked about CIT training. We've talked about recruiting officers that reflect the demographics of the city. And so what I'm proposing to you today is to enhance our recruitment efforts. And I do believe that the CMPD is doing a great job. As we go back over the summer and we looked at our recruitment efforts versus some other cities across the country, and we were doing much better than some other cities. We also want to be intentional to make sure that we have officers that fit the city. And so whatever we need to do to make sure we're getting the best and to get those who reflect the demographics of the city, I believe is important. And one of the things that was discussed is whether or not we can expand our residency incentives for officers, especially if they live in some of the council-identified priority areas. What are some of the tools in our toolbox that we could use around housing that would be an incentive for officers to live in the priority areas, or even just the city in general? And some of the things that we do are the take-home cars and the residency incentive, which the chief can talk about in more detail. Here are the three that didn't fit neatly into a recommendation from me, but it doesn't mean that it's not important. One is requesting subpoena power for the Citizen Review Board. Everybody agrees with that. That is something that needs legislative authority, and so I look at that as something that comes from a recommendation from the council, which I believe the committee has already recommended this. Expanding the role of the Civil Service Board to handle appeals. I think the chief did a good job the last time we were together about why that is problematic. And so that's something that I'm leaving in this room to try to figure out how that can be handled. But my understanding from what I know about this process, that would be problematic. And then eliminating cash bail process. That came up last time. One of the things that I think could happen immediately is the CJAG, that could be something that is discussed in the CJAG, but maybe not necessarily something that this body can do. So I leave that, and I'm convinced we'll come back to it. But then I want to go back to where we've been. So this framework to address violence, nothing that I've said up to this point negatively impacts this. If anything, it helps us. So let's move forward with some of the things that are happening as we start to think about putting this book together about what this playbook will be. We do have the violent crime dashboard. I believe Marie Harris has already sent you the link about how you can use the data to help gain a better understanding of what's going on in some of our priority areas. Next, Cure Violence Street Outreach Model. We continue to work through the assessment. The assessment will be completed in October and recommendations due in November. And we do believe if we think again about this violence framework, this has always been a part of it, not specifically Cure Violence, but a violence interrupter. As we keep going, the hospital-based violence intervention program led by Atrium, we're moments away from signing a contract with that. I think it's going to work very well with the violence interrupter model, which is in one area, and the hospital-based violence intervention program is throughout the entire city. And so I think that's important. And then one of the things that was discussed at length at the last committee meeting is that the grassroots organizations also be able to help in this violence interruption process. So when Ryan earlier today talked about having $3 million that would be available for this public safety area, my recommendation is to provide $1 million from the city's current budget to help the Charlotte-based nonprofits address violence in the community. And I know that's a big number, If you start to think about it, we have our Jumpstart grants at $500,000. I could have made a recommendation out of the CARES funds, but I just don't think that would have been successful at all with the short period of time that's left. But this gives us an opportunity to let the community know that we're listening, and let's find ways to build capacity for those organizations that are having outcomes that are consistent with what we're trying to achieve. And by doing it this way, it gives us, again, not this time limit on the end, but it also gives us an opportunity to build a program. And I think that's it, and I will take any questions.
Larkin?
I think this will be important as we get into the questions for the manager to clarify what, from a process standpoint, with the recommendations that we've got here of additional proposals beyond what's already been done, and we've already discussed that there'd be a public forum component to this for people to provide feedback prior to a council vote. If, for instance, and I'll just take the last one that you said as one specific example, provide $1 million from our current budget to help Charlotte based on nonprofits address violence in the community. If we take any or all of these recommendations today and a majority of council wants to move them forward, is your anticipation that staff could, obviously these will all have to be fleshed out into more specific policy language for the public to comment on and for council to vote on, is that something that you anticipate could be done by a week from today, and probably by the end of this work week, so that it could be on the agenda for the public to comment on the specific policy language of on Monday?
Yes.
So any of these could be adopted kind of preliminarily today by council, and within this week, the language will be fleshed out and ready for showtime on Monday?
Well, so 2 steps, well, really 3 steps. Monday, whatever is discussed here, and this is one of the things, and I think David gets frustrated with it, closure, right? So we would make sure that whatever happens today, that we document it correctly, and we discuss it in the business action briefing on Monday. Then you have the Safe Communities Committee meeting Tuesday that you can get feedback, but the vote would be 2 weeks later.
The vote would be on the 20th, so you would have the public forum on the same night as the vote?
Yes.
Okay. Because at this point, I think, we can certainly discuss it again in the Safe Communities Committee, but at this point, I think if it's the council's will to move forward with these, then it's a council discussion. To me, we'd be taking a step back to take it back to committee if the full council or a majority of the full council wants to move forward with it. So, but that makes sense. If you're saying we would have the public forum on the same day as the vote on the 26th, that's fine. I think so long as we get to the vote this month, which was always kind of the plan.
Well, and again, this is the council's now. My thought process was the community input group, should they on next Tuesday have their own opportunity to provide feedback to this because they've spent so much time on it. But the public sign up would be, I guess it's the 26th.
So community input group feedback on whatever recommendations might be put forward today.
Yes.
All right.
Victoria, did you have?
Yeah, 2 questions. First one is, this PowerPoint includes all of the CRG recommendations. I see that it's the main ones, but I'm just curious if you go to the back, we'll find recommendations that just didn't flow into this, or have you addressed all of the main ones here?
No, definitely have not addressed them all. Some of them were like comments, some of them were like questions, but I think we've addressed the main ones. And the 3 that I put on the slide that aren't in here, I think are the ones that if they aren't addressed at some level, I think we would get some concern from the community input group.
Okay. So I'm hopeful then that we'll have a little time before we make a decision on something today to at least flip through this back piece and make sure that there's nothing else remaining. And then I just want to understand the $1 million that you've got here for, so there's cure violence, and I know that initially they're just doing kind of an assessment, but I thought that the next step was then for them to work with the grassroots organizations. And if that is the case, then help me understand if this 1 million is basically step 2 in that process, or if this is something separate.
Yeah, the thinking is this is something separate. So let's work through Cure Violence. So let's say Cure Violence does the assessment, and let's say there's a nonprofit and maybe 4 entities got together and said, we can do this. And that nonprofit, let's call it ABC nonprofit, then implements the Cure Violence strategy, and the money is to that ABC nonprofit.
This $1 million?
No.
Oh, no?
The money that's set aside for Cure Violence.
Okay.
But then that's going to leave many, many, many organizations that don't receive anything unless they apply for a Jumpstart grant. And so what I tried to do is much like we started with Jumpstart with $50,000, and now we're up to $500,000. Is there something that we're missing with all of these grassroots organizations? We have our financial partners. Are they the right financial partners? Is there something that we should start thinking about in a different way with our financial partners? And this is really trying to find a way, can we build capacity? I like what one of the members of the community input group said. If you don't have an organization structure, you're not really an organization. And so it is, how can we do a little bit more of a deep dive and to see if there is some opportunities that we've been missing?
So.
Can I
okay,
follow
so
up to that, Victoria? Or you want to go ahead?
I just want to make sure I
follow up too.
understand so far what I've heard. So there's Cure Violence, and then there's going to be some subset of folks that are going to have access to that money. And then there's the $500,000 in Jumpstart grants, which I think I'm understanding that is maxed out, if you will. We've got our partners, and they're doing their work ongoing. And then there's this $1 million for everybody else, and that's focused not so much on like ongoing projects, if you will, but to build capacity so these groups can go from individuals to organizations?
Yes, in part, or that a group that has been doing something, but because for the lack of resources, so let's say a group has been doing something that has great outcomes. Can we scale it?
Okay.
Can we help them scale up?
Okay.
So I wanted to follow up because I think this is good, but it's a recurring revenue, so it's not one time 1 million. This will be 1 million, 1 million 2, 1 million 5, or I don't know how you.
Yeah, this would be one time. However, if this indeed shows that it works, we could then, in a future budget, set aside funds for because we may find out that if, let's say there's 10 organizations, don't do math, Marcus, there's 30 organizations, and the $1 million is spread between them, but we only find 2 that have the outcomes that we think work. Those 2 could become a part of our financial partners, and the cost of that may be $35,000 each.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure about, because when we started Jumpstart, it was 50,000, and then we verified, and it's now $500,000. So this is an idea of let's test what we can do. It's not, can your neighborhood association be organized and work? This is just to test the crime prevention or violence prevention, and then based upon a data set that everybody's agreed upon in the beginning, that's how you decide whether there's renewal.
That's right. And then the outcomes, if the outcomes, again, are consistent with what we think are important and are really helping us reduce crime, then it's a good investment.
How is this different from Jumpstart?
But
It's not that different from Jumpstart. Jumpstart has its own, let's say, application process, things of that nature. And this gives us an opportunity to approach some folks who may have gone through Jumpstart and have gotten $5,000. But for 50, they may be able to do something that's extraordinary. But the competition for that Jumpstart bucket is intense.
Madam Mayor,
I just wanted to, I can't sure. I got Ed and Malcolm, and Dimple, I just haven't, I got to figure this out because I know the buckets of need and community organizing are important. And so how do we do that is going to be really important. And so we need to manage expectations around this. Mr. Driggs and then Mr. Graham and then Dimple.
Madam Mayor, I had a
And the
general
other side.
comment, not to this particular topic, so if I could come back.
Okay, yes. Malcolm?
thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ed. And the way I'm seeing this $1 million is like a companion piece, right? So, for an example, if we were trying to, and I'll use Batesford Road as an example, to reduce the violence on the corridor, that a nonprofit can work alongside Cure Violence, as an example, to maybe help provide wraparound service in terms of mental health counseling or substance abuse, if they're focused on counseling, or if a business organization wanted to help resolve some issues on Catherine Simmons, that they can apply for a grant and hypothetically hire off-duty officers to work in patrol, similar as the major corporations hire off-duty officers to patrol uptown. So I see this as a companion piece where nonprofit organizations can work alongside CMPD, Cure Violence, to do those other things necessary to help reduce crime, violence, and provide additional resources throughout the city that's very focused and intentional in terms of that purpose.
I agree. I think that's what I'm trying to, we need to manage expectations and let people know what, if it's that, just making sure and knowing that it may not recur, or it only recurs if. Dimple?
Yes, so I like this recommendation because there are organizations that are doing the work to help us tackle violence in our communities. A Jumpstart grant is not sufficient, and we hear that often. 500,000, 5,000. So this really gives those organizations an opportunity to scale it. However, I remember having a conversation about Jumpstart last year or the year before, where many organizations that get Jumpstart grants are not nonprofits, right? These are just organizations that are just starting out. So are we limiting this to just nonprofits, or are we really focused on the results that they produce and whether that results are aligning with our criteria and our performance?
Yeah, it is the latter. And so, Julia, if you can just go back to the framework. We said invest in community-led efforts. So this is a part of reducing violence. So instead of waiting until next July or trying to figure this out through a budget process, Ryan the Great found $3 million that we can start to deploy, and I think that this would go a long way.
So in that case, if we can go back to that recommendation, where I think we should focus on not just nonprofits, but the organizations that produce the results, regardless of whether they're nonprofits or not, I guess, or not.
For-profit?
Or for-profits, whatever it is. They just have to produce the results that help us tackle violence in our communities. Because at the end of the day, we are focused on the results, regardless of the status of their organization, of 501c3 or not. It could be advocacy organization, could be, I mean, there are all sorts of statuses.
Well, I guess I wonder about a for-profit organization, if they're doing this on a community base, because in some ways, it's kind of like Cure Violence. You're paying a consultant for a fee, and then that would mean that we'd have to actually have some qualifications and whatever. And I thought this was more around, when you talk about local nonprofits, that these would be people that live here, committed to here, and know that, whereas not-for-profits, we'd be actually in a consulting role. or that they would be consultants for
Or
us and we'd have to
advocacy
bid?
organizations, we got a lot of advocacy groups, grassroots level that are doing the work. They may not have 501c3 status, because in order to even get 501c3 status, I think it takes time, 6 months, a
does.
year or two. So I just don't want that barrier for folks to apply for this program. So I understand the concern that Mayor had raised about, there could be organizations that are for-profit that may not be grassroots organization, but if you're really focused on the results, I'm pretty sure a grassroots organization will produce the results that we want to see. So if you're eliminating the barriers, 501c3 status, I don't know if that will in any way, it should limit anyone.
I think we have to make sure that they are able to take governmental funds and track them. That is not the status of what they are. It's just the 501(c)(3) put certain requirements out there that you have to have a treasurer, for example. You have to have certain requirements. So as long as we state with those, again, like I'm about managing expectations, don't let someone walk in and think, okay, this is a great idea, I'm going to go do it. And we give them the money and then they come back and say, well, it's even a better idea. And you say, well, where's your data? And they say, oh, well, you didn't tell me I had to collect that.
Yeah.
We've got to be very specific on managing expectations. So I think this is a good idea.
Yeah.
I think it shows that we are listening and hearing, and people should be able to come back and say this is what they want to have done. So again, I think we ought to try it. Is there anyone that thinks differently about this?
Well, at some point, whenever it's appropriate, unless somebody wants to split these out into a bunch of recommendations, and I'm not saying this would necessarily be all that we would do, but when the time is right, I'd like to move forward with all of these, and we can do that all at once unless somebody wants to have more of a line item vote on them.
Well, I will say that there is a couple pieces here I'm looking for. Okay. Are we going to address these policies, decisions that require legislative authority? Well, I think those have to be handled separately.
I think the council could refer those to the intergovernmental committee if it so
Right,
chose.
exactly. I'm just saying that right now, it feels like there's two items here rather than just one. Or are you suggesting just a recommendation, then we deal with that?
Just in the past, the council has always voted to request subpoena power. It's been unanimous for at least the last 3 times that we voted on it. I think that I don't know as much about expanding the role of the Civil Service Board to handle appeals and eliminating the cash bail thing. I thought that Mecklenburg County actually has an active grant to do that right now that they're working on through the CJAC, Criminal Justice Advisory Committee, because that's what they got that first pot of MacArthur money for, because they found the racial disparity was great on the cash bail and the bail process. But so I just would assume that we'd have these as resolutions and they would move forward. Probably, I don't know how to do the eliminating cash bail since we really have no authority to do that, that we could just say if it requesting subpoena expanding role, we would support eliminating cash bail. We could put them all in a resolution.
As a reminder, the second item in that 3-item list is one that probably would require more discussion because, as the chief has pointed out, it creates a kind of a jumbled process because that would also be, the CSB is obviously where the officer would subsequently go to potentially appeal their termination. So he has pointed out how systemically that would create some challenges. So again, it would be, I think in here, all of these could be further discussed in the intergovernmental committee.
I think just as a point of process, I don't think we need to belabor the point of voting this today, because right now, as it stands, those 3 are on our expected list to review. And whether they pass or not out of committee, all of council thereafter will have an opportunity to discuss it and vote up or down on that recommendation.
Is everybody good with that?
And that'll give us more time to dig into the details. For example, cash bail, that came to us from the District Attorney Spencer Merriweather. So
Yeah.
I assume he is going to give us more details on that.
That's the last DA and the head district court judge came and talked about that with me, and I can understand their support for it, but I just don't know what we would be able to do.
He was highly versed, and we were more just providing a pulpit by which to support something in the broader criminal justice system that was problematic, according to him.
Ed, did you have a question on any of these or comment on? Okay, please.
So I just wanted to say as a footnote to this whole process, I think the work that has gone into this is impressive, and I think the tone of the conversation was a credit to us. Appreciate your leadership, Councilmember Eggleston, and Chief, your willingness to respond and engage. I do have a concern, though, and that is that in the context of the national conversation and the issues related to the relationship between police and the community, I believe many of our officers must still feel, in spite of our restraint here, that they have been under scrutiny. And I don't think that this council does a good job of emphasizing the underlying support that we have for their work. And Chief, I just hope that you can take back to your officers, again, I hope from all of us, an affirmation of our appreciation of the difficulty and the importance of their service, because my impression from talking to some officers is they don't really feel appreciated by us. And I can tell you that when it comes to recruiting, morale, and a whole bunch of other issues, if the officers don't feel that we really understand the situation they're in and that we understand the importance of their work when we go to address violent crime, that's a failure on our part. We should never stop looking for ways to improve relations between the police and the community. We should condemn any instance of bad conduct by an officer. But if it starts to generalize, and if we aren't clear about our underlying relationship and our commitment to our police, I think it takes away from the impact of all of the things we're trying to do here. So, Chief, I hope, I don't know whether this is general, but as far as I'm concerned at least, and I know Councilmember Bakari has been very outspoken on this as well, we need to try to get that message back to your people.
Thank you for that, Councilman. It is a difficult balance, and you know, what I can tell you is that, you know, we did survey our officers earlier, and we had an overwhelming response to the surveys, but majority of our officers are looking forward to what that change is going to be, their acceptance of that change. They know it's coming and they're embracing it. So what I have to do is, at the same time, make sure that they're aware that the changes that are made and the decisions that I make and our command makes is to make our department better and to help improve their jobs as well. So, but we have to be able to balance that. Everybody's not going to be happy with all the decisions, but I think for the most part, we've prepared our officers well to know that there's going to be some changes that are made. So,
Yes.
I think it's a fair point from Mr. Driggs. And I do think we've had a measured tone in this conversation, but my hope is that we've also emphasized and been clear about the fact that a couple of things we're discussing, I think, actually are as beneficial for the officers as they are for the community. And I don't think we should feel like we have to apologize for scrutinizing the police department, because we should be scrutinizing every department of this city, including our own, including ourselves. And so scrutiny, I don't think, is necessarily passing judgment. It's just making sure that we're the best that we can be in each department. And I hope that, and I've anecdotally heard some officers say that they agree that they have been tasked, not just CMPD, but police officers across the country have been asked to fill roles that frankly they should have never been asked to fill and that they never wanted to fill. And so I hope that a lot of what we're talking about here actually helps them focus on the core roles that they should be playing in our community, and that helps their job satisfaction level. It helps them feel better about what they have taken on as their calling in life. And I think, too, trying to make sure that we are finding ways to incentivize things like them being more ingrained in our community through living in our community and in certain corridors, as opposed to just being daytime residents of our community at work, will show them a level of appreciation and that we're looking to take care of them for all the good, hard work that they do. So I think it's a fair point, and I can imagine that with everything going on, that many officers might feel that way. I hope that they don't feel like we've been piling on just because we're trying to take a look at ways that we think we can improve.
Victoria?
Are you about to respond to him?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was going to add on to it, but not a direct response.
Okay, because I was going to ask about something else.
Well, I have you and Dimple and Tark. So, okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask about I went through the CIG, the remaining CIG comments real quickly. And one stuck out, I just wanted to ask the city attorney about because it was marked blue as needing some more legal investigation. And it's this idea of civil lawsuits and to the pension of the officer instead of suing the city. I just wanted to know if there was any additional information or findings from there.
I know that has been an issue that has come up, and I've had to answer that question, that there is nothing in the state of North Carolina law right now that allows the pension of an officer to be forfeited as a result of civil litigation. But I know that that's come up, and I think that was just highlighted as a placeholder, but I don't think there's anything moving, at least from my end, on that issue.
All right, Dimple?
Yes, I just want to echo what Larkin said about working with our police department. Certainly, Chief, you've been very open to some of the conversations, and there were times there were difficult conversations to have. So we certainly appreciate your leadership, and we're very grateful for that. And certainly, even our chair for managing the expectations, and also really being a great facilitator. I mean, everyone had questions and concerns. They were raising hands, and you really did a great job of, okay, we got to get this done in timely manner. Let's get out. So, well, you were really good at controlling the traffic. So, Larkin, thank you for that. And certainly, Victoria, for road mapping the expectations in 12 weeks. That was a good plan. So, great job to the committee.
So I think that what Larkin was asking, is there any exception to any of the material that has been presented for going forward with the idea that the staff would do the write-up and that we would have this on October the 26th for comment by the community, as well as a vote by the council.
I'll make it like a consent agenda. Somebody can pull one if they want.
All right, Tark?
Thank you, Mr. Eggleston. So I've got 3 areas that I would say classify in that bucket, and I'd appreciate if you guys could look into before the vote. And I'll start from super tactical to more strategic. On the community input group, I think that was a good idea to have them give us their feedback. They put in a lot of effort. So manager, Mr. Chair over there, whatever, I would really like, since that is a diverse group by design, if like a zoning committee package, if we could kind of see summaries of dissenting view though as well. Because I have gotten the sense from that group, as the people we appointed there give us back channel updates of what's happening and the things we've seen directly presented to us, I think it's, at best been a majority kind of sentiment that's been given to us. And I think given everyone's time they've committed to that, at least having a dissenting view in the discussion would be meaningful.
Dissenting view on these specific recommendations, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's the end goal, but on where the rubber meets the road. But if there's anything else in material conversations, I wouldn't just limit it to that, but clearly that's the thing that matters most.
I think that's an important aspect. I read through it, and there are dissenting views. As I said, I learned a lot. I thought giving people money to move to the corridors was a great idea, and they said no. I mean, people in the group were like, no, there's some reasons for that. I also saw the section on recruitment, and I thought there's some things there that I'd like to know more about, as well as, the idea of how do we make sure that if we have this, what is it called, where you report an officer, there was a lot about how you implement that. What is it called, Chief?
You from the duty to intervene?
Duty to report, and
Duty-
how do you treat the reporter? What protections do they have? How do they live in a culture that perhaps that's not exactly? So I think there's a lot of material and what that should be, and I thought the manager said that each part of everyone verbatim would be in the document that we would adopt. I think that's very important not to lose that content. But I think your question is, how do you make sure that as people read the document that they see it at the time that's related to the recommendation? I think that's a valid question.
So one way I think we can do it, the manager had said that one way to use our Safe Communities Committee meeting 8 days from now could be to get feedback from the community input group on these recommendations before they come forward to council in the public forum and a public forum on the 26th. And to your point, and I will say, like, one specific that comes to mind was Pastor Weary last week in our committee meeting said, hey, the other side of this idea was, and he presented a counterpoint. But I think we could potentially say, here are the recommendations. We could go to the community input group and ask for someone to present the pro and someone to present the con on each of these ideas, so that we've got both sides of that story as we consider it and as the public considers coming to speak on it.
As well as perhaps a brief list of the items that didn't make it. And I think, again, you don't have to write a novel, but I think for the hard work that everyone put in there, just for the record's sake, as well as our ability to quickly glance through it, I think that'd be really helpful.
I'm not sure about the quickly glance through it part, but definitely for the record. So I think the question was before moving forward.
I think you had a couple
That was one.
Chapter 2.
Chapter 2. This is quick. Mr. Jones, so the 1 million budget for the nonprofits, is this something that is outcome-driven? Is it something that's similar to what we experience each budget cycle of our financial partners, by which they sign up to do certain things, we track the measures, and then at the end, we ultimately see, was the measure achieved or not?
Yes, that is the goal. But Mr. Bakari, one thing that I have to put out there is that if we start off by saying you have to have it all together to participate, we may miss some folks. So there's got to be just a little bit of trying to understand what they're doing, and if what they're doing is evidence-based or evidence-induced, there should be an opportunity to see if they can do it.
I would agree that this scenario calls for more flexibility than we're used to. I would just say the scenario I'd like to avoid is we find out we use taxpayer dollars to fund groups to protest. Right? That's fine, but that can't be something that ultimately happens as an outcome. And then 3, and this goes back to what Ed was saying a minute ago, I think, Larkin, you've done a good job with the group kind of coming up, and I somewhat like the concepts of incentives for where people live to get them towards those communities. I worry a little bit about, does that take half of the organization and almost detrimentally hurt them? I got a little bit of feedback, and I think maybe also considering the ETJ as part of that, possibly, might be an opportunity. But I think that if we could, I think there's a lot of officers out there who see that this is the right thing, who see what the chief has done and is happy about that, that we've all come to the table and we're starting to make progress. But I think they still have a piece of frustration inside their hearts that's like, well, these are all items that are kind of to us. These are more training that we have to have. This is stuff that we have to go do and figure out and solve and do differently. And I think there's an opportunity to add a couple things in there quickly that I think fall cleanly under a bucket of something we all agree on, no matter if it's because we come from a point of view of we think these folks by and large do an amazing job and are underpaid and under appreciated, or on the other side of that coin, that we need better people in there. and that is being an employer of choice, right? So I would just say that whether it's bonus incentives and stipends and things like that for little things like milestones and work anniversaries, promotions, birthdays, weddings, stipends for gym memberships, bonuses for those with excellent ratings on their PRDs for 3 years in a row, as well as, longer term challenges and bigger items like stipends to help with medical insurance, post-retirement. Those are things that not only send a message, they send a message of, we care about you and we view this as an employer of choice. We want you to work here because you choose to work here. And I feel like with everything that's going on, and rightly so, it's been a pretty intense 6 months, we haven't talked about that even once since the last budget cycle and the one before that. And I really think, even if it's small scale, we could infuse a few things in there that are cleanly about being an employer of choice only, and really do a good job with the morale impacts that we need to make.
Okay, the manager, and I think we need to move on. I think this is a new idea, but manager responded to that, but we've got a long long closed session too.
So I appreciate what Mr. Bakari just put in the room, as well as Mr. Driggs. And if you go back to January, and I'll be super quick, in that annual strategy meeting, it was about paying police officers and making sure they have the facilities. You were here, many of you, a couple of years ago when the chamber was packed, and you voted to provide incentives and pay increases. Where my understanding that I heard from the chief that, some of our officers looked at other officers across the country and said, man, what they did here is important. I do agree with you. I think there's an opportunity to enhance incentives to live in the city and maybe enhance incentives a bit more to live in some of the corridors. But what you've said is not lost on me.
I don't discount what you've said, and in fact, I look back on our last 3 budget years of work, and I don't want anyone to think we all worked super hard on that and achieved some what was my wording there? Extraordinary results, right? I can't even remember it. I said it so long ago. What I'm saying though is we can't mistake the difference between conversations we had in January through May that we've had June through August into October. And it's almost more of a message of we care to be an employer of choice because no one's remembering what we said in January.
Okay, all right, so I think the question is there anything that you would like to see separate from this group to go forward, of the group of recommendations from going forward? Is there anyone that opposes or objects?
Barring something being pulled, I'd like to make the motion that we move forward with all the recommendations we have here in front of us.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Raise your hand if you all will agree with the motion. All right, so we're ready to move forward with that and the plan for the write-up, the community discussion group, the committee meeting, and then preparation for October 26th. Okay, that is a mouthload of work, and we've done a lot of it. Mr. Jones, what's next?
Just want to clarify one thing before you go into executive session. Sean had an answer about this hotspot issue.
Yes, back to the hotspots. So there are over 8,000 hotspots that CMS has already deployed. And I think it's important to remember that the schools are really the key part of this equation. So to the extent there are still members of the community that have a need for a hotspot, the best approach for them is to make their neighborhood school aware of that. CMS does not currently have a wait list associated with the hotspots, but you'll recall that the initial initiative focused on a total of up to 16,000. So there is an ability to deploy more. They've already deployed the 8,000, and there is not a wait list as we stand here today. And I would also mention on the Wi-Fi enabled buses, there were 2 buses that were introduced as a pilot program that was eventually narrowed down to 1 bus. And as of this week, they have phased that out completely. that was never intended to be a long-term solution. That was just a stopgap measure until they started to achieve some scale with the separate hotspot devices, which are now being deployed at scale.
So, can I just ask Paul, so when we had approved this, we were told there are 16,000 households. So what happened to remaining 8,000 as part of their original request?
So I believe the 16,000 was always an estimate. I believe it was based on census data. And you may recall that the $1 million that City Council agreed to invest in support of that program was really an up to $1 million amount based on the number of devices that were deployed and the internet service, because our piece was to make a contribution towards the internet service. So there's still the ability to put more devices in homes, but really it requires that relationship between the family and the school to ensure the communication is happening associated with the need. But to the extent additional needs are identified, CMS has capacity to continue to fill those needs.
Okay, so if families reaches out to us, we can ask them to reach out to their school and request a hotspot device.
Yes, the school is really intended to be the hub for
Correct.
those communications.
Yes, I think that's the message we need to send to our bridge who had raised the issue, Matt, that the families should be reaching out, or if they have a language barrier, then maybe work through their department. Because I think that's what our bridge nonprofit was doing, right, Matt?
So it's challenging because, and Mr. Heath is exactly right. Looking into this, the bus has been removed. Having said that, the children utilizing that bus, as far as we know right now, don't have that access. And apparently there are other children too that just aren't going to school at this point. And it's really hard to pinpoint, who they are. But I think working with our partners is important. And to your point, Councilwoman Ajmera, directing parents in the right direction and the organizations as well. So yes, our bridge and Latin American Coalition, who I'll be following up with.
So just to be clear, there's no such thing as buses correlated into the $4 million hotspot, $8,000 or $16,000 problem.
Correct.
Okay, just so there's no confusion in the community.
Right. Okay, thank you very much for the quick follow-up. It helps a lot to be able to handle something while it's fresh in our minds. All right, that is the last item. The Safe Communities Report is the last item on our agenda. So we have a closed session that we need to go into. There are 3 items in the closed session. One of them is about
Is Patrick going to read it?
I know, and then we have 2 that are legal related. So Patrick's going to read the motion to go into closed session, and we have to take the motion and.
All right, I need a motion to go into closed session to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the area served by the public body pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A4, and to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege, and in the matter of Daedalus LLC versus City of Charlotte pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A3.
So moved.
We have a motion, a second. Nobody wants to go into closed session. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hands. Please raise your hands. I wish. All right, so the first item that we have is economic.